Mr. Alcoffer. Mr. Alcoffer is present. Ms. Barnhart. Ms. Barnhart is present. Mr. Baines. Mr. Baines is present. Mr. Blankley. Mr. Blankley is present. Mr. Brew. Mr. Brew is present. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess is present. Mr. Colby. Mr. Colby is present. Mr. Delahaney. Mr. Delahaney is present. Ms. Delvecchio Hoffman. Ms. Delvecchio Hoffman is present. Mrs. DeFlorio. Mrs. DeFlorio is present. Mr. Dondorfer. Mr. Dondorfer is present. Mr. Frazier. Mr. Frazier is present. Ms. Hasman. Okay.
Come back to her.
Mr. Hebert. Mr. Hebert is present. Ms. Hughes Smith. Ms. Hughes Smith is present. Mr. Johns. Mr. Johns is present. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller is present. President Lamar.
Here.
President Lamar is present. Mr. Long. Mr. Long is present. Mr. Mafucci. Mr. Mafucci is present. Mr. Marinetti. Mr. Marinetti is present. Mr. McCabe. Mr. McCabe is present. Mr. Milne. Mr. Milne is present. Ms. Roman. Ms. Roman is present. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith is present. Ms. Taylor. Ms. Taylor is present. Ms. Vasquez Simmons. Ms. Vasquez Simmons is present. Ms. Vecchio. Ms. Vecchio is present. Mr. Udelson. Mr. Udelson is present. And Ms. Hasman. Ms. Hasman is present.
Please join me in a moment of silent prayer. Please stand as Legislator Milne will now lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next item on the agenda is the approval of journal. Your copies of the journal of day 10 of 2022, August 9th, 2022, are available through Novus Agenda. Without exception, the journal will stand approved as submitted. Legislators, the referrals submitted to the legislature for the next committee cycle are available on Novus Agenda as well. There are several proclamations scheduled this evening. Mr. Clerk?
Would representatives from the Irondequoit Community Cupboard please come forward? Also, legislators Dave Long, Maria Vecchio, and President Sabrina Lamar. They must have the prize. This was supposed to be for next month. Oh, next month.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Okay. Would Mr. James Payne please come forward? Also, President Sabrina Lamar and Legislator Tracy DeFlorio.
Whereas the American Society,
No, that's okay.
I'm sorry. Whereas the American Society for Clinical Laboratory Science is the top medical laboratory professional organization in the country, consisting of over 9,000 members. Each year, the society selects members who have shown an exceptional commitment to the society, laboratory profession, and the community at large through their Voices Under 40 spotlight. And whereas Mr. James Payne is one of 8 recipients in the country for the 2022 Voices Under 40 spotlight, which recognizes talented and committed professionals under 40 years of age. His professionalism, expertise, and leadership in the Monroe II BOCES WEMOCO Medical Laboratory Assisting in Phlebotomy Program have skyrocketed the health science career cluster to one of the best in the country under his tutelage. And whereas the continued passion and success of professionals like Mr. Payne is essential to the success of students in Monroe and surrounding counties. Through such national recognition from ASCLS, Mr. Payne continues to reaffirm that our community's next generation is in good hands with a role model for all. Now, therefore, we, Sabrina Lamar, President, Tracy DeFlorio, Legislator, District 3, on behalf of the entire Monroe County Legislature, do hereby recognize and congratulate James Payne IV on being recognized as a 2022 ASCLS Voices Under 40 Spotlight honoree.
So I wanted to just thank the Monroe County Legislature for this amazing proclamation, especially Legislator Florio for nominating me for this. When I was selected by the American Society of Clinical Lab Science for their Voices Under 40, it was shocking. And the fact that my county government also recognized this is amazing. And like you heard earlier, we've built one of the best high school medical laboratory programs in the country. And we're continuing to grow the entry level of the medical laboratory in phlebotomists and medical lab assistants. Thank you.
There are no formal committee reports scheduled for this evening. We will now hold the public forum. We have several people registered to address the legislature. Mr. Clerk?
If you require assistance, a deputy is available to assist you in approaching the lectern. I will call 3 people forward at one time. Each speaker will have 2 minutes in which to address the legislature. Kindly conclude your remarks when the timer sounds and exit through the back to the galley in the back. Thank you for your cooperation. And we all know that there's a few topics that people are passionate about. We want everybody to be heard that signed up to speak. Please allow the speakers to speak. If you interrupt business, you will be removed. Thank you. Our first 3 speakers are Cora Corin, Miles Warren, and Lucas Knives. Is that close? Sorry.
Hello, my name is Cora Curran. I go to Anna Marie Douglas School 12 in the city of Rochester. And at my school, me and some kids from different grades made a club to at least help our school make an impact on climate change. Me and the kids from our group are noticing some impacts of climate change. Some of them are water rising, temperature changing, and it can impact our health too. Some of the kids in my class have asthma. The air pollution that causes climate change can cause asthma too. My ask of you is to pass the Monroe County Climate Action Plan. Thank you for listening.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lucas Nieves. I'm a student at AMDA School 12, and I'm here with the CCPO, or Climate Change Prevention Organization. We are very excited to come to this meeting and to discuss climate change. Let's face it, we're always winning something. Money, food, resources. We're constantly overproducing and overharvesting every day. I'm very sad that climate change is getting worse and honestly feel pretty scared for the future. That's why I feel very lucky to be in the CCPO and help climate change. It will be hard to convince many people how dire climate change really is, so I'm very thankful for everyone who supports this cause. That's why I'm asking you today to vote for the Climate Action Plan. Thank you for having me.
Hello, everyone, and I am Miles Warren, a 6th grade student of Anna Marie Douglas Academy, School number 12. I am here along with others on behalf of the Climate Change Prevention Organization. Now, I came here to ask you a favor. I need you to vote for the Climate Action Plan. You see, This climate action plan can help America reach its climate goals. If you vote for the climate action plan, Monroe County could set an example for other counties. I am honestly afraid of climate change. I think about it every day. I think about how many political leaders ignored those pleading for help preventing climate change. Hence, our future generations will have to deal with all the mess that they have made. I am very happy to be here, but it is a shame that us children have to advocate on behalf of our Earth. Don't take this personally, but we can do much better than this. Though I still have hope, I want to thank all of the legislators and leaders in this room for your unanimous support into Monroe County being a part of the Climate Smart Community Program. Thank you for your time and vote for the Climate Action Plan.
Our next three speakers are Sarah Midiosa, Myra Brown, and Michael Patterson.
Hello, I'm Sarah Midiga. I'm from the city of Rochester, and I'll be brief. I'm just here to support the students from the School 12 Climate Club. Climate change is a huge global issue, but we need local solutions. And so I just wanted to just emphasize their ask that we pass the climate action plan, we fund the climate action plan, and we move from planning into implementing and getting things done. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Reverend Myra Brown, and I'm here to support the creation of the drawing of 5 Black voting districts. I support it because I am aware that it leaves 24 other voting districts that are not Black, and no one's concerned about that. The mere notion of anything Black in this country, Black Lives Matter, Black people's reparations, and now Black voting districts seems to stir anxiety, fear, and resistance. We have to leave the colonization mindset behind, where we decide that Black people deserve a little bit less, and bring them to par in this political process of redrawing voting districts. This is the 21st century, and we have an opportunity to be leaders in equity and inclusion of the Black vote without letting privilege, power, or fear get in the way. It is important to embrace this window of repair and redress and not squander the opportunity to attend to the historic disenfranchisement and disempowerment of the Black vote. It is important to do it. And this idea of enfranchising and empowering the Black vote is not only a no-brainer given our history, but it is the right thing to do. We should not resist bending the political arc towards justice for anything else, not self-interest, not fear, not our entanglements in anti-Black anxiety, not for racial confusion, or the notion that the Black voter is required to carry the burden of every other voter minority, or else they should not progress forward. This is a moment to attend to the Black voter history on its own merit. You are public servants, and Black voters are members of the public. So I urge you to support the redrawing of the proposed 5 Black voting districts, because in 2020, thousands of us marched these streets in Rochester, proclaiming that Black Lives Matter. Well, now is the time to prove it.
Good evening, I'm Mike Patterson, 1547 North Goodman Street. You know, Black Lives Matter, Black voting districts matter. And I get that y'all understand that, but I'm a little surprised that the folks to the left, the folks over here to the right, who I would have considered natural allies for such a thing, and yet it appears that some of you may not be. That's extremely unfortunate. I was in this room earlier when the majority caucus expressed the notion and the belief that the public defender should be a Black man. They get it. Now, I have to tell you, quite some time ago, I was a county legislator, and my short time in office, all I did was fight with these cats because they didn't get it. I'm happy to see that they get it. I'm shocked to see that you don't. I listened to you. One of your members saying that one of the applicants had 28 years of experience in the office, and so that they were better qualified to lead the office. An office that is, for 28 of those years, considered to be an abject failure, which in some cases, some may well see as a junior prosecutor's office, because they're going to plead you out before the prosecutor can get to you. It is not too much to ask that if you believe that Black lives matter, that you follow up that thought with the notion that Black leadership matters. We need a public defender who gets it. I would expect the Democratic caucus to get it. I would hope that the Democratic caucus would get it, and I would expect the Democratic caucus to vote for it. Thank you.
Our next three speakers are Bishop Jeffrey Melvin, Ruth Brooks Ward, and Nikki Justice.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, President Lamar and the Monroe County Legislature. I would first like to do a little civic test since we have kids in the room. Let's see how your adults are doing. For the PD's office, does anybody know how many PDs we have? All of you PDs, I know that you must know how many is in your office. There's 75. And of the 75, how many Black people do you have? You only have one male and one female. For the DA's office, there's 88. One male, one Black male, one Black female. The sheriff's office, you have one Black male that holds a senior leadership position, and that's a diversity coordinator. The county executive's office, you have 3 Black females. Shame on you, Adam. Deputy CE for Health and Human Services. You have one for Equity and Inclusions and one for Human Services. So while I was here earlier, Mr. Thompson got up and he dismissed us as Black people. And you got up and said that Julie is still in the PD's office because she loves the PD's office. Well, she's still in the PD's office because she lost the race for the county court judge a couple years ago. I am here tonight, and by the way, my name is Ruth Brooks Ward, and I live here in the city of Rochester, and I am a veteran of these United States of America. I am here tonight to encourage you to confirm Mr. Robert Ross Fogg, Esquire, as the next Monroe County Public Defender. With the Raised Commission report, Monroe County has emphasized diversity, equity, and inclusion. Promoting diversity in an office that serves Black and brown people is a huge step towards making real change and proves that it isn't just lip service. This public defender's office does not reflect the people it serves. Diversity must begin at the top. And I will end there because I know how to obey the rules. But for you Black people, you county ledge, and especially you 2 Black males back there, you need to understand what you're missing out on.
Good evening, everyone. Too many Black people and people of color are indigent, unfortunately, and cannot afford to hire an attorney for a proper defense. Mr. Robert Fogg, with his extensive background as a master of law, and the fact that over 50 years, Mr. Fogg will be the first Black public defender of Monroe County. An anonymous, by unanimous decision, it was made by the selection panel who were commissioned to review his background that he was the most qualified candidate to serve this community. Most of the public defender's office clients are indigent Black men and women. Our disenfranchised community in Monroe County needs and expects proper representation in the public defender's office that will fit the demographic that it serves. Currently, there are white attorneys who are the majority in the public defender's office. This does not fit the demographic, causing a gap in communication with the client, their client base on their cultural norms. Being an advocate for young men and women who do not know how their case will be handled, I have a personal story to tell you. So I'm going to tell you a story about a family member who had a case with Monroe County, and there were a number of court appearances that she had to go to. So usually court appearances in her particular case was scheduled a year in advance. Within that year's span, she only received one phone call from her public defender, and that was the day before her court date. What I found quite odd is that when speaking to her attorney pretty much just rushed her off of the phone and told her, "I'll meet you at court on the next day." But when we got to the courtroom, and mind you, this attorney had met her a few times earlier. When we got to the courtroom so she could meet with her attorney, the attorney didn't even know what she looked like. And that's unacceptable. Again, I'm here to support Mr. Robert Fogg as our new Monroe County Public Defender. Thank you.
Our next three speakers are Pastor Benjamin Cox, Cynthia Anderson, and Kim Brown.
Good evening. My name is Pastor Benjamin Cox. I'm a member of the Faith Leadership Roundtable of Rochester, New York. I'm here to speak on behalf and in favor of Robert Fogg, who is clearly the most qualified candidate to be the next Monroe County Public Defender. Mr. Fogg comes with an impeccable resume that should give him room and make way for him to lead Monroe County as the next public defender. Not only does he bring an impeccable resume, but he also brings diversity. He also brings diversity in which our public defender's office has a lack thereof. As a matter of fact, that goes for the entire judicial system here in Monroe County. And it is in great need of diversity, especially when 80% of the people arrested in Monroe County are young men of color. You see, one would think not only would he be an asset to the city, but it would be a great improvement to the culture of the public defender's office, he himself having run his own law firm during that time, which he has mentored and trained dozens of attorneys. As a matter of fact, who better to be a great inspiration to our young men of color that are caught up in the system looking for a better way out? The book of Ezekiel, chapter 3, verse 15 says that I sat where the people sat and I felt their pain. Well, Mr. Fogg has attended some community meetings. He has sat with the people and he has heard our cry. He's felt our pain. And so I say today, hear the cry of the people and choose Mr. Fogg to be our next public defender of Monroe County. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to change the pace a little bit. This is not for the Monroe County Public Defender. I am here today standing against the reappointment of Mr. Mendoza. These would be my mother's words if she were still alive. My name is Anita, I think. A lot is blurry in my mind. It is my illness that makes things fuzzy and unclear. I don't know why I am alone all of the time. I don't know why my daughters don't come see me. No hugs or visits through the holidays or even my very last birthday in the summer. Some faces come and talk to me through the window screen, but it's hard to see and hear them from so far away. The aides come in, but not very often. Most days I sit in my pee and poop. Most often my skin burns from the urine irritation on my thighs, and as time went by, I obtained open sores on my back. My pee soaked right up my clothing into those sores, and it hurt. I suffered horribly in these homes where they were supposed to take care of me. Shore winds broke my leg in 2 places and put me back in my bed to suffer and die without reporting that I was dropped out of a Hoyer. The brook at High Falls neglected me so badly that I died with open sores way before my time due to isolation and neglect. I hope that when my daughter reported these things, that the health department or someone would care, but they didn't. Every formal complaint my daughter made to the health department of bruises, untreated pink eye, the wrong medications, even my complete tib-fib fracture were always unfounded. Since my mom is gone before her time, I am her voice. I am standing here today to say that I do not support the reappointment of Mr. Mendoza. He failed us and our loved ones before, during, and after the COVID crisis. I know how politics work, and shame on you for putting politics and money over our loved ones' lives.
Our next 3 speakers are Cherie Stuhler. Our next 3 speakers are Cherie Stuhler, Scott Gorder. Virginia McIntyre.
Good evening. I have a copy of my statement and all of the sources that I'm going to cite here. On August 23rd, I spoke to the Health Services Committee against reappointing Dr. Mendoza as Monroe County Department of Health Commissioner, setting aside my personal issues with the doctor that I and many in this public may have. I focused on citing observations of the negative outcomes with the fusion of public and private sectors in Italy during my almost 20-year residency there. It is my view that the perception of a conflict of interest that surrounds Dr. Mendoza due to his employment at the URMC is a threat to the healthcare outcomes of our residents. I specifically pointed out that his employment as a doctor at URMC and as a professor at the University of Rochester as my main point of objection. I greatly appreciate the representatives in this room who thoughtfully asked questions about the issue, but I was quite frankly embarrassed by the responses they received. In rebuttal to the issue of Dr. Mendoza's employment at URMC, the doctor stated that it was required that he work a few hours a week to keep his license active. But he neglected to mention that he could easily meet the requirements in a small, private studio. He also omitted his current collaboration at the university as a professor in 3 departments: the Department of Family Medicine, Public Health Service, and Clinical Nursing. I have sources from their website. Why does his work as a professor prevent a conflict of interest? As someone who spent years working as a professor, I can assure you that the role allows you both financial benefits through research grants, publications, and various speaking engagements, as well as intellectual benefits through the opportunity to do said research in your area of specialization. Even in the most charitable interpretation, it would lead to a possible confirmation bias when respected colleagues, like RNA researcher Len McQuatt, Source 2, assure you that treatments developed doing research connected to URMC labs is safe and secure. Cherie?
In response to the perceived conflict of interest for the URMC itself, the answer offered was laughable. It was basically because we say so. A response I wouldn't accept from a high school debate team, let alone a distinguished academic. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, let me offer a few examples of the conflict of interest in which I'm referring. Source 3, the Topin Lab and the Translational Immunology and Infectious Disease Institute, both headed by Dr. Topin, have received millions of dollars in research grants to assist in the development and research trials of the vaccines, including the more recent COVID vaccine. Some of his money comes from the NIH, some from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundations, and some from the pharmaceutical companies themselves. I found one Pfizer grant application from 2014, Source 4, that boasted that URMC has received $1.3 billion in research grants over a 5-year period. I am sure the amount has not decreased over the time. Source 5, Dr. Mendoza is proudly listed on the TIIDI website as a part of the Community and Public Health Department facility. Dr. Mendoza is also a professor at the School of Nursing, which boasts of being in the top 30 recipients of the NIH research funding on its website. Source 6. Source 7, the URMC was exposed giving priority to wealthy donors when distributing the first round of the vaccines to the public. This shows a clear favoritism not for public health outcome, but the well-being of the donors of the university itself. Considering that the Public Health Commissioner advises the county on treatment for public health emergencies like COVID, this is a clear conflict of interest. The public has every right to be suspicious of the individual in charge of distributing our tax dollars and advising our representatives on how to handle public health emergencies. He also works for a research center that will gain millions of dollars in grants based on what actions the county takes. I cannot speak to the intentions of Dr. Mendoza, but I can speak of the public perception. When the public loses faith in its healthcare official and the advice of doctors, the outcomes can be disastrous for us all. The hesitancy to receive treatment and a lack of faith that doctors are following to the Hippocratic Oath are a threat to the well-being of the general public. But let us not place the blame on the public for their suspicions when those suspicions are well-founded. I'd also like to hand over to you additional signatures of a petition to have him removed.
Hello, my name is Scott Georger. I live in Monroe County. Michael Mendoza should not be reappointed as Commissioner of Public Health for Monroe County. We need a commissioner who will use science, medical facts, and a backbone to make public health decisions. Michael Mendoza has just followed along with dysfunctional state governors. He's been part of a government that has caused economic damage to me and social and educational damage to the children in this county, and we will never recover from that. Michael Mendoza has used his position to improve his ego and notoriety on the bar and singles scene. I have heard from many friends who saw him violating face mask mandates at JoJo's Bistro and Wine throughout 2021. We've seen a picture of him at a crowded Thirsty's bar in December of the same year, having no problem violating social distancing and face mask mandates for that time. In December 2021, I saw him do something that was just disturbing at 7-Story Brewing. There was a guitar band playing songs outside by the canal. He walked up to the band leader with his back to the audience and they spoke for a minute. He then turned around and faced the audience. This was very strange. The band was not taking requests. There was no reason for the music to stop. The leader of the band then introduced him to the crowd and asked for a round of applause for everything he's done for us during the COVID crisis. Obviously, the band leader did not know him, and obviously, Mendoza used his position to self-serve his ego. Mendoza then walked back through the audience for more accolades and to his group, which was mostly women, where he attained even more. This is not a person interested in our public health. Please do not approve his reappointment. Thank you for the service that you provide to our county.
Our next three speakers are Kathleen Johnson, Frank Prescuti, Adele Lester.
Good evening. I'm Kathleen Johnson. I'm here today in an attempt to dissuade the legislator from reappointing Dr. Mendoza. Many concerns have been raised about a potential conflict of interest that can be attributed to the doctor's current employment at the URMC, U of R Medical Center, as both a medical doctor and a professor at the university. The doctor's only response to these very real concerns is to say that, in my opinion, they are unfounded. But I can assure you this, it is not the case. I began my career as a safety officer. I worked for U of R many years ago. It was very clear that in order to maintain my employment, I was expected to prioritize the university and its values over my own in the university's best interest. On many occasions over the course of my time at U of R, I was expected to set aside even the most basic convictions in the name of doing what was favorable for the U of R. At times, I strongly objected to the policies I was expected to enforce. As a result, I cannot imagine that the doctor will behave any differently. Otherwise, the university would not continue to employ him. Many of the current health policies enacted in the state of New York go against the best treatments suggested by the most recent data on public health. We currently have access to, and yet these policies remain active because of the counsel given to the state by experts like Dr. Mendoza, who is currently on the board of county health. Often these policies selectively manipulate the data of favor desired outcome or treatment, often downplaying or hiding more successful alternatives. Okay. I believe you as citizens of Monroe County deserve your best effort in the selection process. I want to make that clear, and I want you to understand how important it is to us Monroe County citizens and residents to get the best, not moderate, not less than that. Thank you very much.
That was a good attempt at my name. I'm Frank Pursuti. Thank you. These remarks are addressed to Mr. Mendoza. Thank you for the 2 minutes to show the path of destruction you have left and continue to leave even now. Everyone here knows someone who has died alone. Not only did they die with broken hearts, but their loved ones have to live with that memory for the rest of their lives. Our children were forced to hide their faces in our schools. Deprived of the smiles and the laughter of other children, our teens were deprived of proms, dating, and graduation ceremonies. What makes you think that you deserve more than they did? Your argument and your defense is based on a lie. The mandates did much more harm than did the virus. Depression, isolation, alcoholism, drug addiction, destruction to our institutions, and even suicide. It seems to me that the common denominator is pure evil. Is this what you represent? You have also done a wonderful job in our hospitals. They have become death camps for seniors. Everyone here knows someone who died from negligence in our hospitals. My sister-in-law was one of those people, left in an emergency unit with a urinary tract infection for 4 days, only to die the day they finally gave her a room. This is another argument and defense that you use, the common good. You are in very good company. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, the men who wrote the Communist Manifesto. Joseph Stalin and Mao Zedong, communist revolutionaries of Russia and China who murdered millions of their own people for the common good. And let's not forget our neighbor to the south, Fidel Castro. The common good? First of all, nothing that you did served the common good. Actually, you apparently had a mission to destroy everything that is good. This is not what defines the United States of America. You are not what defines the United States of America. In our country, 100 soldiers will give their lives to save one soldier. Every individual is worth dying for, and every individual is entitled to life-saving medical care regardless of their age. This is what the United States of America is. This is American exceptionalism. I implore every leader here tonight to make the righteous decision.
If I could just say something before you start. When you're finished speaking at the podium, please exit this side door over here. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. My name is Adele Lester. I'm a nurse practitioner. I'm opposed to Dr. Michael Mendoza getting reappointed to do what he didn't do the first time. Why were there no outpatient COVID clinic centers so that early treatment could have been instituted and would have prevented sick people flooding the emergency rooms? Why were there no field hospitals for the elderly so that the COVID positive patients were not forced to return to the nursing home? Why did he close down the monoclonal antibody centers when the latest new drug, Paxlovid, appeared? Why is he pushing the experimental bioweapons with multiple side effects, including death, with no informed consent, no ability to refuse? Where there is risk, there must be consent. If past is prologue, when the next pandemic occurs, and I'm sure it will, Dr. Mendoza will repeat what he's done previously. Please do the right thing. Don't reward him. Look, the community deserves better. People justifiably have had enough. Thank you.
Our next three speakers are Jennifer Fonfecka, Terrence Schnur, and Randy Semino.
Dr. Mendoza, as all doctors since 1964 have taken the Hippocratic Oath, we think of it as we will do no harm, but these words do not even appear in the actual Hippocratic Oath. It is so much more. Let me talk to you through this oath as a sort of a professional performance review of Dr. Mendoza. The prior speakers gave you many examples as part of his professional performance review also that fits in. I swear to fulfill to the best of my ability and judgment this covenant. I will respect the hard-won scientific gains of those physicians in whose steps I walk and gladly share such knowledge as is mine with those who are to follow. I will apply for the benefit of the sick all measures that are required, avoiding those twin traps of overtreatment and therapeutic nihilism, which is the skepticism regarding the worth of therapeutic agents, especially in a particular disease. But to avoid therapeutic nihilism, as a medical doctor, he or she must first try to eliminate the symptoms of the disease and hopefully the underlying causes. Dr. Mendoza did not do this or encourage early treatment. I will remember that there is art to medicine as well as sincere, and that warmth, sympathy, and understanding may outweigh the surgeon's knife or the chemist's drug. I will not be ashamed to say I know not, nor will I fail to call on my colleagues when the skills of another are needed for a patient's recovery. Doctors have been told not to treat, but to send home. Doctors were given specific medications when it was too late. I will respect the privacy of my patients, for their problems are not disclosed to me, that the world may know the Vax Pass, the Vax card. Most especially must I tread with care in matters of life and death if it is given to me to save a life, all thanks. But it may also be within my power to take a life. This awesome responsibility must be faced with great humbleness and awareness of my own frailty. Above all, I must not play at God. You, the Monroe County legislatures, also took an oath. You took an oath to our Constitution. Some of you say that you took it to the county constitution. You took it to our Constitution. Please read Amendment 14. Thank you.
Good evening. Last Tuesday, there was a presentation in this chamber about the proposed redistricting plan. Its central theme was that everything else had been subordinated to the goal of 5 majority Black VAP districts. Put simply, race was the predominant legislative purpose in drafting the plan. The courts have repeatedly held that where race is the predominant purpose in drawing districts, they are presumptively unconstitutional racial gerrymanders. We are told that this plan is not a racial gerrymander because Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act requires the 5 districts. But in Cooper versus Harris, Justice Kagan, embracing the position taken by plaintiffs, North Carolina Black voters, and the North Carolina NAACP, told us that the VRA does not, that where a group's voters already have success in electing their candidates of choice, the VRA does not require remedial districts to be created, and that a mistake of law is not a compelling reason that can save a racial gerrymander. No, Cooper is not about the shape of the district. Since Miller versus Johnson, the Supreme Court has been clear. The core constitutional defect with racial gerrymanders is not aesthetics, but legislative purpose. Courts are never entirely predictable, but the plan almost certainly contains multiple unconstitutional districts, and the whole plan is likely unconstitutional. I expect that I will be back to talk about the subject more, particularly the jingles factor. Thank you and have a good night.
Our next three speakers are Robin Wilt, Kelly Tacone, and Ron Knott.
Good evening. I support the map being put forward by the Monroe County Legislative District Revision Commission. This map is the only map that does not disproportionately harm and suppress the Black electorate. Regardless of the intent, Democrats, with the exception of legislators Barnhart and Lamar, are opposing a historic redistricting plan that for the first time is Voting Rights Act compliant and would apportion Black voters according to their demographic weight, earning them 5 majority Black districts. The Democratic opposition stems from a flawed notion that the Black electorate that has until now been gerrymandered so that we only have 2 majority Black districts has the same voting patterns exhibited by other quote unquote minorities overall. In quote unquote minority voters together to create 6 majority districts, they're trying to sell the narrative that 6 majority minority districts are more equitable and better for traditionally disenfranchised Blacks than 5 majority Black districts because 6 is a bigger number than 5. The Democratic caucus is not comparing apples to apples. Minority is not the same as Black. The Democrats are using non-VRA compliant language to confuse the issue and hide that they are diluting Black votes to create the 6 majority minority districts they prefer. The problem inherent in talking about redistricting in the context of quote unquote minority voters is that Blacks represent the vast majority of minority voters. So when you discuss creating minority districts, it's essentially code for disproportionate and racially invidious manipulation of the Black voting population. Since there is no other standalone minority group that has the demographic concentration to warrant statutory consideration under the Voting Rights Act. We can do math too. 3 majority Black districts is fewer than 5 majority Black districts. If you're truly anti-racist, I implore members of the Democratic caucus to be on the right side of history and vote for this 5 majority Black district map. Your intent to suppress the Black vote can already be gleaned from your statements, and we, the members of this community that support civil rights for all, will not stand idly by while you attempt to oppress our communities with immoral, unjust, and illegal redistricting schemes. Thank you.
My name is Ronald Knott. I live in Charlotte. I had to leave my notes on the bench. I came here to say a lot of other things other than what I'm going to say. I'm disgusted to hear all these charges against Dr. Mendoza. The only experience I have with Dr. Mendoza is watching him on television. I'm sorry to hear that everything happened in his life with his job and school and patients and all that. But I'm not going to have any mercy. At age 18, my father died of alcoholism. And I went to school, or I was going to go to school to become a spy after I graduated, but my father died. So 6 months later, I turned into an alcoholic, worse than my father. I ruined lives for 10 years straight. 4 days, I'll celebrate 42 years of recovery. So I know it when I see it. I do not know you, doctor, but I also do not know Dr. Fauci. He has, this doctor here, my brother, he has a responsibility
and this is from me to you personally, he has a responsibility to own up to things that he knows he's done. I don't have to know any of them. I don't like what I've heard tonight, but he has a responsibility to own up and make your decision very easy. Thank you.
Our next three speakers are David Stevenson, Brittany Reed, and Matthew O'Connor.
And if I can just reiterate, when you're finished speaking, please exit to my right, your left. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dave Stevenson, Monroe County for Constitutional Freedoms. I'm also known to the community as Ivermectin Dave or the Ivermectin Guy. For advocating for treatment, early treatment with ivermectin for COVID-19. I would like to thank Ivermectin Blake for standing with me for 20 months. Thanks, Blake. I'm here to recommend firing Mendoza, allegedly a doctor, from his Commissioner of Health position. Mendoza thinks he and Monroe County should follow the guidance of the Centers for Disease Control. In March 2021, the corrupt peddler of vaccines and snake oil, CDC Director Rochelle Walensky, said, "Our data from CDC today suggests that vaccinated people do not carry the virus, don't get sick, and that it's just not in the clinical trials, but it's also in the real world data." My suggestion would be for legislators to ask Mendoza if the CDC director has provided accurate information or if she is spreading misinformation. Ask Mendoza, can the vaccinated get infected with COVID? Do the vaccinated become hospitalized for COVID? Do the vaccinated die from COVID? Is the death from that the vaccinated suffer, is that less severe? Will any of you be courageous enough to ask Mendoza these questions? If the CDC is completely wrong on these questions, how much else are they wrong on? Early home treatment is one of the 4 pillars of pandemic response. Early treatment saves lives and prevents hospitalizations. According to Dr. Peter McCullough, a doctor with 1,000 publications and many peer-reviewed publications on treating COVID, up to 85% of COVID deaths could have been prevented with early treatment. How many peer-reviewed publications on treating COVID does Mendoza have? Is anyone going to ask why Mendoza didn't promote early treatment for COVID? Was Mendoza merely protecting the bottom line and revenue of local hospitals and research universities while sacrificing the public health and the lives of Monroe County residents? The FDA characterized ivermectin as a horse dewormer. This is a clear case of government disinformation and propaganda. I had oatmeal for breakfast. Do you want to call that horse food too? The truth is, ivermectin has been FDA approved for human use since 1987 and has an unparalleled safety record. By saying ivermectin can only be used in clinical trials, the government is preventing widespread use of ivermectin for early treatment of COVID-19.
Thank you.
Mendoza is a lightweight and a corrupt doctor who doesn't care about public health, but only cares for the profits and revenue of local hospitals he is in bed with. He also cares about the $400,000 to $500,000 a year in salary he earns. Vote against reconfirmation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brittany Reed, and I'm the advocacy coordinator on staff at the Children's Agenda. We are an organization rooted in research and advocacy, working to build collaborative systems to address some of the most pressing issues impacting children. In December of 2021, we shared recommendations with county leaders for ARPA spending. Of these, the most important was that the number one spending priority must be to support the most vulnerable children and families who faced inequities even before the pandemic began.
The Children's Agenda strongly urges the county to consider proposals that use evidence-based solutions to support programs that will maximize positive outcomes for all children in Monroe County. We are committed to watching, supporting, and working collaboratively with the county to ensure that this happens. Our kids can't wait any longer for quality, critical, life-changing supports and programs designed to support their growth. Specifically, we recommend that ARPA funds be used for the following: children's mental and social emotional health, such as school-based health clinics, restorative practices, and other trauma-informed strategies; early childhood services, such as home visiting and early intervention; community service integration for more equitable and accessible delivery of services; and accountability by providing frequent updates regarding the expenditure of federal COVID relief funds. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you and good evening. I'm former Pittsburgh Town Councilman Matthew O'Connor and currently the co-chair of the Monroe County Climate Action Plan Advisory Committee. Home for me is 25 Briar Patch Road, Rochester, New York, 14618. On behalf of fellow co-chair Michael Udelson and Vice Chair Sue Hughes Smith, both of whom are in attendance this evening, and several members of our 7-person committee, I am pleased and honored to introduce the county legislature to the first ever Monroe County Climate Action Plan this evening. The plan is the first document dedicated to identifying and eventually reducing carbon greenhouse gas emissions from all county operations. How did we arrive at this evening? Well, the county ledge created the committee in March of 2020 and then appointed the 7 charter voter members 2 months later in May. Fast forward to July of 2022, some 24 plus months later, the committee voted unanimously to forward 3 deliverable documents to EPW and eventually the county legislature. The first is the 86-page Phase 1 Climate Action Plan. The second is a shortened 18-page executive summary of the same Phase 1 Climate Action Plan. And finally, the third deliverable document was an appendix. The carbon greenhouse gas inventory for county operations and emission reduction goal framework developed over the past 2 years are arguably the most significant features of this particular plan. The framework provides goals, targets, and actions over 5 county sectors. The actions are in turn assessed by impact, time frame, and investment, and then prioritized by probability of achieving desired outcomes. What you really have is a fantastic smorgasbord of activities that the county can elect to implement or not implement it over the next several years. So the Phase 1 cap, in summary, resulted from intense efforts among Monroe County staff, and in particular the Department of Environmental Services, the committee, and our consultants, of which I am enormously proud. My thanks to current and past members for their contributions. Phase 2 of the plan, which reaches out into the community, is next. Thank you so much.
Our next 3 speakers are Kathy Costarellis, Brenda Fish, and Barbara Sider.
Hello, good evening. I'm Kathy Costarellis, and I'm a mother. I'm a wife of 30 years. I'm a taxpayer. I'm a law-abiding citizen of New York State for all my life. I would like to address the legislators tonight with an opportunity to look at Dr. Mendoza's reappointment very carefully and express my concerns to not reappoint him. I have a personal story in which my husband, Spiro, was placed on a ventilator for 9 days at Strong Hospital. And when he was moved from the ICU to a COVID floor, he was left there without nursing care. And he had to be an advocate for himself, though he was placed on a lot of drugs that I didn't know about.
He tried to advocate for himself, but he didn't really have a lot of cognitive ability to advocate for himself at that time. So being a former nursing student that I am, and also working at Strong Hospital in the past in the 90s, I have had some experience in the hospitals, and I was able to help my husband through the help of the iPad that I had. Though I couldn't be in the hospital, though I couldn't visit, though I couldn't talk to him, I was able to use the iPad to help advocate for my husband. My husband was placed on remdesivir while he was in the hospital before, this was December 2020, and I had no knowledge of what remdesivir was, what it could do. And since then, I've been able to really do a lot of research and find out what remdesivir really is. One of the drugs in New York State that we have had, thanks to Dr. Fauci, that has killed 46% of the people that have used it, that have been on it. The ventilators have also killed 80% of the people that have been on them. So I'm thankful to God that I had the opportunity to help my husband advocate for him, to be able to tell him what he needed to do to get to the bathroom, to be able to eat something, and to be able to walk and show them that he could get out of the hospital, because that is what he did, thank God. So I would like to ask on behalf of myself, my family, friends, our county, our economy, and the people of New York State, especially the children, not to reappoint Dr. Mendoza. I want to implore you, to remember what was done in the past and all the problems that we have had with the lockdowns, the shutdowns, the forced masking for our children and our schools, the forced vaccines that have made many people in healthcare lose their jobs. I stood at Strong Hospital for 4 months, and I want to implore you to please look very carefully to not let this happen again. Thank you.
Good evening. This is for your constituents that may be listening as much as it is for anybody in this room. And if it seems personal, that's because it is. I'd like to share a scripture with you, Hosea 4:6. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, we the people are in serious need of being educated regarding our own Constitution. We are lacking in knowledge regarding how our government should be working. Our rights have been abused and trampled. The Department of Health has been given serious overreach in their authority regarding COVID. They do not make laws. I'm appalled at the amount of people who have followed these unconstitutional regulations as if they were laws. Unfortunately, I know many of us say we're busy with our own lives, and I might have been guilty of this myself, but we become ignorant of our freedoms, of our beautiful Constitution and what it gives us. I don't have time for politics. Let the politicians take care of that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the government is accountable to us. And if we don't know what the heck is going on and don't say a darn thing or exercise our freedom of speech, shame on us. Yes, some politicians are corrupt and go along with bad appointments, like the director of the Department of Health, Michael Mendoza. But I know a few good ones who are ready to stand. I strongly suggest we take time to differentiate between the two and give out consequences on Election Day for those who do not stand for the people. Find out who the good ones are and get behind them. I was very disappointed at the last meeting when not even one member of the committee voted against this appointment, after a room full of their constituents expressed views against it. Not one member in the audience spoke out in favor of this appointment. I pray after some time to contemplate, they will choose to offer civil protection, which is a main purpose of government. As I stated last time, I'm strongly opposed to another 6 years of Dr. Mendoza. I am not in support of the reappointment of someone who has caused so much harm by going along with these unconstitutional regulations, harming our children, our elderly, our healthcare workers, our small businesses,
our economy, our churches, and on and on and on. Enough is enough. Yes. I understand that some at URMC stand to make huge profits by this appointment. However, we the people and our rights are not for sale.
A team of 9 experts from Harvard, Johns Hopkins, and other top universities have published a paradigm-shifting research about the efficacy and safety of the COVID-19 vaccines. This paper is co-authored by an epidemiology professor at Johns Hopkins University, a surgeon and professor at Johns Hopkins known for his books exposing medical malfeasance, and a hematologist-oncologist who is a professor in the UCSF Department of Epidemiology and Biostatistics. The most notable is Dr. Salman Khashoggi, MD, PhD, current director of the Harvard Medical School Center for Global Health Delivery and professor of global health and social medicine at Harvard Medical School. What they found: the lack of effectiveness of the vaccine is a major concern to these researchers. Based on their analysis of the public data provided to the CDC, they estimated that between 22,000 and 30,000 previously uninfected young adults would need to be boosted with an mRNA vaccine to prevent just one single hospitalization. However, this estimate does not take into account the protection conferred by a previous infection. So, the authors insisted this should be considered a conservative and optimistic assessment of benefit. In other words, they don't work. Dr. Mendoza has been a most enthusiastic supporter of vaccines for all, despite what medical investigations have revealed. This report is not an amazing revelation of the absolute calamity of the COVID shot. It's just the most recent. We have no reason to trust Dr. Mendoza's judgment going forward. He has been on board with the shots all along, forcing it upon adult and older student populations, and now he's going for the young ones. His actions have been detrimental to our entire community.
Our next 3 speakers are David Ruiz, Aisha Kreutz, and Clayton Baker.
And just a reminder, there is a 2-minute limit when speaking. If you can please respect that. Thank you.
Both sides here have been hit pretty hard tonight on several issues, but I can certainly say there's hope. We are one. I've never heard such a Pledge of Allegiance resonate in a room like we did tonight. So, but I pray that you guys are blessed in your hearing and in your voting tonight. And I particularly lift up the Republicans to change what I think you're going to be doing and to undo any backroom deals or whatever happened. This should not be political. Health should not be political. I'm here to say no to Mendoza. I did attend the last committee hearing and there was some good rebuttals. One of them I haven't heard is he said that he had good communication with the schools, and he did have some, but from what I hear, the superintendents needed a lot more direction, and it did not come from him, and he only mimicked what came from Albany and other places. The other thing, he was also asked that Governor Hochul is not going to be doing any more mandates with COVID because for the school year. And they asked Mr. Mendoza, what do you think? And he goes, well, yeah, the numbers suggest that. To me, that says if the numbers didn't suggest that, he would go right back to any overhanded mandates from Albany and from the big government. So
I was very disappointed with that. He did not cite any new science. And for example, did you ever ask him, or did he ever say anything you did? Well, first of all, back up. He says, I'm only here to follow what other people tell me from bigger government. I give advice, though. I can give advice. Has he ever given you advice on the vaccine, that it's dangerous? Have you ever asked him about it? New York State puts out a commercial. They have doctors on there saying it's perfectly safe, the vaccine. No vaccine is perfectly safe. So I'll end with this. I love the ex-legislature who said, you saw the light on the one issue on the defendants, public defenders. You saw the light that Democrats usually champion. Why are you failing now and fitting in and going right along with what Democrats championship with overreach on government on the health issue?
Hello. I do want to start off with, hopefully this isn't a political issue and we don't make it Democrat and Republican, as he had mentioned in the beginning, that this is a health issue. And there are some things that transcend, and there should be a lot of things that transcend political party, and our health should be one of them. My name is Aisha Kreitz, and I'm here today to oppose the reappointment of Mendoza, a man who is willing to let me die. You've probably never heard my story. Some of you have. I spoke before, but so that all of you know, but mine is not an uncommon one. I'm just one that's willing to speak out a little bit more than others. My life was saved by prayer and the Nobel Prize winning drug that has been around since the 70s, ivermectin. Ivermectin, along with zinc, that is effective as an early treatment and as well as reducing the effects of COVID, just as some believe the shot is. It keeps the disease from replicating. Politicians like Cuomo and Mendoza tried to refuse me the opportunity to take the medicine, although we live in a country that gives us the right to try, especially when you're about to die. I was on my deathbed. I was on the ventilator for 6 days before my husband had won a lawsuit against Highland Hospital. They were forced to give me ivermectin, even though they would rather have let me die before their eyes, based on the recommendations of people like Mendoza. My mother and family had come into town to say their goodbyes to me, as directed by Highland Hospital. My husband had sued the hospital, won, and in the nick of time, they gave me ivermectin through the feeding tube. I was starting to do better within 24 hours of my first dosage. Think of how many people could have been saved if they had people that were advocating for them. I was off the ventilator 9 days later and out of the hospital in 4 days because of ivermectin and zinc. I stand here today alive and well, despite Mendoza and the policies of death that he allowed and promoted, not because of them. My story, I've been able to help hundreds of people in Monroe County since then, advocate for their loved ones in the same exact way that I was saved. There's no reason why people should have died the way that they did. None. Hundreds of people that me, a nobody, a stay-at-home mom, was able to help. They call me. I had a call just out here today, people asking for help. That should be the health commissioner's job, not mine. I'm not getting paid millions to do that. Anyway, we deserve to have someone who knows the difference between science that is political and medical science fighting for Monroe County residents. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, legislators, I'm going to start. Before I start, I just want to ask Dr. Mendoza to get off his phone and listen to me for once. Because I tried to contact him numerous times throughout the past 2.5 years, and he never. Okay, thank you.
I'm a practicing physician who's cared for patients throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. I know COVID is real, and I know it's killed a lot of people. For instance, according to health.newyork.gov website, in Monroe County, COVID-19 killed 609 nursing home residents under the policies enforced by Mike Mendoza. The jury is in on New York State's deadly and frankly insane COVID nursing home policies. Did Dr. Mendoza speak out against those policies like so many others did here in Monroe County, protesting outside his office for months? No, of course not. He ignored the people and enforced the policies. 609 seniors confirmed dead, and that's the tip of the iceberg. I only get 2 minutes, so there's no time to go into the harms done to the children by the prolonged school closures that he imposed, even in excess of New York State orders. Furthermore, he has been less than honest with you about his own record. He told you just last month in these chambers that he only provided guidance to the schools, but the people have the receipts. Emails, testimony at board meetings, private meetings with superintendents. The message was clear. The schools had to do what Mendoza says or else. It's time for a new health commissioner. The people who foisted the excessive, oppressive, and deadly COVID-19 lockdowns are one by one being kicked to the curb. Cuomo is gone. Zucker is gone. Fauci will soon be gone. Closer to home, let's consider some members of Dr. Mendoza's infamous Finger Lakes Reopening Schools Safely Task Force. Seneca County Health Director, the aptly named Vicki Swinehart, removed by Seneca County. Leslie Meyer-Smalls, RCSD Superintendent, removed by the Board of Education after city students languished at home for far too long. I'll finish. On behalf of the citizens of Monroe County, I ask you, will no one rid us of this meddlesome, destructive bureaucrat? Enough with the wall of certificates, the Tony Fauci bobblehead dolls, the maskless bar hopping. Enough of making the health commissioner's role a laughingstock in the community. A word to the wise, Mike Mendoza is political kryptonite in Monroe County. Look at this room, people. Look at this room. A vote for him is your explicit stamp of approval to all the harm he caused over the last 2.5 years. Your constituents will remember if you vote to subject them to another 6 years under his thumb. Don't hitch your political futures to that person. Let's get a new health commissioner. Thank you for your time.
Our next three speakers are Blake Smith, Melanie Bernhardt, and Anne Marie Rizzo.
Hello, everyone. I just want to start off with something Dr. Baker was referring to as on March 25th, 2020, the directive for discharge and admitting patients was sent to hospitals and nursing facilities. It was signed by Governor Cuomo and the Commissioner Zucker for New York State. This plan allowed infected people to be sent from hospitals to nursing homes for rehab and for other reasons, and they were not allowed to be denied admission even if they had symptoms. No one was tested. I wanted to start there just to clarify. In May of 2020, my uncle was living in the Hurlbut nursing home, and somehow he got COVID, which I will keep saying COVID instead of whatever the disease is called today. He was not allowed visitors, even his daughter and her husband and all the grandchildren. He was in a coma for a week before death. In November of 2021, my friend's father, who was living at home, he was 85 years old. I should mention my uncle was 93 years old, but
My friend's father, who was about 85, had fallen in his own home and broken his leg. He had to go to the Friendly Home for rehab. He got COVID there and died soon after. My friend said a staff member had gotten it and passed it around. I feel the lack of visitation allowed in the nursing homes and the large amount of deaths in 2020 and 21 during this time is a crime against humanity. As everyone knows, Governor Cuomo resigned, as did Howard Zucker, the health commissioner. These deaths have not been investigated. The treatment that residents have gotten for COVID-19 has not been publicized either. And I'll finish up with, I am a supporter of ivermectin. I have many friends who have gotten ivermectin and their lives have been saved. It's just, it really bothers me that nothing is mentioned about treatments, alternate treatments. And I don't want to forget the gentleman from Rochester General who was admitted and had to sue to get ivermectin. This was about a year ago, and General appealed that lawsuit, and he died before he could get the ivermectin. Thank you for listening, and please think about these things before you vote today.
Hi, my name is Melanie Bernhardt. I'm here to put my statements against Dr. Mendoza. I would not like to see him reelected for another 6 years or appointed. I think the biggest elephant in the room that has never been addressed by our Department of Health is that the COVID vaccine has never been FDA approved, ever. And it is still not today. It is issued under an EUA, which is Emergency Use Authorization, which means all of you have consent to take or not take this drug. Yet it was mandated in hospitals, universities, and multiple businesses. You have a right to say no. And I question your doctor. They should not be mandating this. It is still not FDA approved. They will tell you Comirnaty is approved. Well, guess what? You can't find it and you can't get it in the United States. Call the FDA, call the CDC, call Pfizer, Moderna, and ask them, and you will find the truth. It is not approved. And somebody who's our health commissioner should have done this research and had the gall to stand up and say, no, this, no matter what the governor says or the president of the United States, it is not FDA approved, and we need somebody who will stand up for the constituents of Monroe County and truly care about our health. And I know some of you are probably thinking, oh, she's crazy conspiracy lady and just making up all this. There is one Facebook page that is growing, fastest growing page right now. And I encourage all of you, when you go home after this meeting, get on your phones and look up Died Suddenly News. Please do this. It is growing by thousands every day. For some reason, it hasn't been taken down, but you will be amazed at the stories. And I'm concerned about all of you and what is coming. And we need somebody who can handle the aftermath of what is going to be coming from these vaccine injuries. Please do your research. Sudden adult death syndrome, heart attacks on healthy people, people dying in their sleep, kids having heart attacks. This is not normal. This is not due to climate change. This is the vaccine, and this vaccine is a bioweapon. Thank you.
My name's Anne-Marie Rizzo. Surprise, I'm a no. Not a surprise? Okay. I've spent a lot of time preparing this, but I first want to say that I'm still a little bit of a Pollyanna when it comes to all of this. And I look at each of you
and I see moms and dads and brothers and sisters and sons and daughters, and I actually believe that you want good. I want good. I believe it. I believe it. I'm tired. I'm so tired. I'm tired tonight. It was a long day. I don't want to be here. You guys want to be here either. But I'm mostly tired of giving this my headspace. I have 4 kids and an amazing husband at home that deserve my headspace. Not this man, not this situation, not everything surrounding it. So even though I've already given, as all of us have, 2.5 years of our life to the time warp that was COVID, I am giving more time now for my kids, for Monroe County. I couldn't make it to the last meeting, but I listened. It felt like a trial. Honestly, it felt like a trial. A trial to prove innocence rather than a list of accolades and things done well. This is not a resume. We already know what he can do and what he can't do. So it's interesting to me that we're still questioning it. The whole line of questioning seemed to only ask, did he operate inside the lines? Did he operate inside the lines of the law? Did he break the law? I have a higher standard. I am asking all of you to have a higher standard. Someone mentioned the Hippocratic Oath. I was going to mention it later. I will not. I didn't get to say much of what I wanted to, but what I will leave you with is this. I tell my kids, listen, learn, get better, admit when you're wrong, take personal responsibility. This man has had so many opportunities to look at each one of us and simply say, I thought I was doing good, and things didn't work out. It didn't go as planned. I should have pivoted differently. I had guidance, and I followed it. Someone said to me in all of this, he didn't have the power. He didn't have the power to make the rules. He didn't have the power to make the decisions. He had influence. Influence equals power. End of story. Especially when people are looking to leaders. We need all of you to be leaders. I don't have the time. I want to spend the time with my kids. I don't have the time. I want good leadership. Thank you.
Our next 3 speakers are Jackie Holtzman, Shannon Joy, and Wendy Walzer.
It is a complete conflict of interest that the health commissioner work for a large healthcare organization, as does Dr. Mendoza, that receives awards for following CDC guidance. While it may be true that Monroe County did not pay the hospital systems any incentives for following the guidance, they do get paid via the CARES Act. See sections 3211 and 3710 of the CARES Act. Some examples that they get paid for are a positive COVID diagnosis, a COVID admission to the hospital, if the cause of death is listed as COVID, 20% bonus payment from Medicare on the entire hospital bill for use of remdesivir instead of medicines such as ivermectin. A bonus payment to the hospital if a COVID patient is mechanically ventilated. I have sent, first of all, this is not only disgusting, but corrupt to the nth degree. And I have emailed all of the legislators this information with links to the documents as proof so they could see for themselves. I'm not making this up. Unlike Dr. Mendoza, the decisions of a responsible health commissioner would include every possible pathway to health and saving lives instead of having his wallet in mind. Unlike Dr. Mendoza, who blindly follows guidance, this individual should also be unbiased in his decisions. He should be an independent and critical thinker, and a person who questions whether the recommendations coming from the state or federal level make sense. For a very simple example, a bar or restaurant had to close at 10 p.m. For what reason was that? Did Dr. Mendoza actually believe that the virus was not contagious before 10, but after 10 it was? Because I didn't believe that. There were so many nonsensical rules and mandates like this. Where is the data or studies that were used to make these decisions? The fact is, there aren't any. The data and studies actually show the complete opposite. Our overall health has suffered for it thanks to Dr. Mendoza blindly following the guidance, which resulted in so many lives being lost, as well as so many businesses being destroyed. Responsible health commissioner would advise area doctors on what early treatments they could prescribe or recommend to their patients. Instead, doctors told their patients, there is no treatment. Go home. When you can't breathe or when your lips turn blue, go to emergency. However, this is too late for early treatment, or what early treatment could help. You have the total power to make a positive change for our county. We don't need a highly paid bureaucrat for another 6 years just to tell us to follow the guidance. You know what the right thing to do is. Vote no to Dr. Mendoza's reappointment and take up the offer made by the doctor who spoke on August 23rd to help you find a new health commissioner. And I believe he spoke before me. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. And I just want to start out by echoing the sentiment of my dear friend Anne Marie. We reconnected actually in the past 2.5 years over these just horrible times. And I think, like many of you, I'm tired. I know a lot of us here are tired. And I look back over the past 3 years, and I would appreciate if the doctor would look at the speakers and address their commentary, because it is the least that he can do in terms of respect. My heart is breaking with knowledge of the stories that I have heard over the past 3 years. As one person who would stand up and speak out, one person who would not wear a mask because I knew the research and the data, a person that felt a responsibility, my position on a radio program, to hear the stories and to tell the stories of the people who have suffered from lockdowns, from masking, from forced vaccination, people who have lost their loved ones, people who have lost their jobs, people who were forced to watch their loved ones die alone in nursing homes and hospitals, gasping for breath, right? And all we wanted, people in this room, and I assure you, we are not a small, rowdy, obnoxious minority. We are a growing majority in this county and in this state, in this country. And all we asked of Dr. Mike Mendoza, and I assure all of you, and I'm being so sincere in this, we asked that he would hear us. And I went into this as a Pollyanna myself, thinking, if he only knew, if you guys only knew, if people only knew what I was hearing, the emails that I was getting, the text messages I was getting, the countless phone calls that I spent with dozens of people whose loved ones were dying in hospitals, including my dear friend Aisha Kreutz, who almost died. We stood outside of Highland Hospital and we raised $5,000 in the span of 40 minutes to hire an attorney to go in and force that hospital to give her ivermectin through her feeding tube. She would have died. Okay? I can't take this anymore. Frankly, I never asked for this. I never wanted this. I know no one in the audience tonight wanted this or asked for this. And I understand that each and every one of you were afraid at the beginning. I know that people were afraid. And I want to tell you tonight that you can make amends, that all of us made mistakes in year 1 and in year 2 and in year 3, and that we can get better. We can get through this, but we have to take responsibility for what we all did. And I take responsibility as well as a citizen that didn't pay attention for 30 years of my life. And now I am, okay? I'm asking you, can we please pivot? Let's embrace truth. Let's hold people accountable. Let's make the right decision tonight. And on this case, on this man, the decision tonight is to vote no on Dr. Michael Mendoza. Thank you. In exactly 45 days, I will be driving to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania to accompany, support, and care for my sister and her husband, who will be receiving her life-saving donated live kidney due to a lifetime kidney disease. God has blessed our family immeasurably with my sister being a match, and I believe he did so because of many reasons, but first and foremost, because of the unjust, unlawful, despicable actions of New York State and Strong Memorial Hospital, who made the decision to deny him a transplant here in New York State due to the single fact that he is not vaccinated. Listen clearly. The state and the hospital would allow him to die because he chose not to take an experimental injection that is ineffective, unsafe, and deadly. This is absolute insanity, and you, Dr. Mendoza, are complicit in this because you support this very action. And clearly every person sitting here agrees due to all the yays I witnessed and heard at the last meeting in August. Do you all understand that appointing this man for another 6 years will in fact create families to go through unnecessary, enormous expenses and actions that my sister and her husband must endure, starting with the whopping $8,000 bill for the housing they have to pay in Pennsylvania? This could have all been avoided had the transplant been able to do here. But I will not put a price tag on his life because my family, we serve a big God who shall supply all of our needs, and he will never leave us or forsake us. And all of you remember the oath that you took to serve we the people. I must say, the service you have provided us thus far is absolutely unjust. And do not sit here and think that just because that I should relax because things like masking and testing have scaled back, because all of us sitting here knows that could change in the blink of an eye, which leads me to my second point. For almost an entire school year, I endured unnecessary discriminatory weekly COVID testing as a teacher because I chose also not to take this ineffective shot. I was coerced every single week to test while I watched vaccinated teachers and staff get COVID, and yet not a single one of them had to test weekly like me. I'm done with it. Enduring a medical procedure on a healthy person is repulsive, and I refuse to be that guinea pig again. Throughout this entire debacle, I have called the state, Mendoza's office, county officials, spoke at my school board, sat in meetings with superintendent, and I was denied my God-given rights. And if I wasn't to do so, I wouldn't receive a paycheck. Did I have a choice? What disgusted me most was the fact that I had no support whatsoever. So please do not reappoint this man. Thank you.
Our next three speakers are Jessica Kilpatrick, Trish Protz, and Daniela Pasella.
She left.
Brady Ferguson.
Okay. I did not know it was Dr. Mendoza night, but I am Jessica Kilpatrick. I work for Monroe County Child Protective Services, and it is my job to train the new caseworkers that are hired. So I'm here to talk about vacancies. I was here last month, if you remember me, and I'll be here next month. But we currently have 40 investigators investigating all the reports that come in to Monroe County. So they investigate cases of abuse and neglect. 40, that's 48% vacancy rate. They're getting a case a day. So the national guidelines say 12 to 15 cases is what's appropriate for a caseworker to handle. We're currently way over that. You know, the field is already kind of a burnout field. We recognize that. But if you're getting a case a day, you're going to walk out pretty soon.
Caseworkers start at roughly $41,000. I don't know. I don't have the current salary, but there are some caseworkers that are single moms and they qualify for food stamps. So those are also a lot of the people that we are serving. So if you can't live on that salary, you can't go out and investigate. The topic of what we're investigating is pretty rough. So burnout is going to happen. More money. We need more money. Just like a lot of people, but the other side of what happens if you have high caseloads are children dying. So we want to bring this to your attention now so that there's not a lot of surprises of what's going to be happening. So this is not what may happen, it's going to happen, okay? So in order to bring more people, to recruit more people, we need a considerable higher level of pay. You need to increase it about 10 grand to start. 50,000, that's a little better than 41. And then we can start addressing, some of the other issues. But, we've hired 12 caseworkers since December of 2021. There are currently 8 still with us, and 3 of them haven't gone on yet to their investigation teams. Okay? It takes 2 years to learn this job. I don't know how many we'll still have by Christmas. Okay? So it's not Dr. Mendoza, but it's pretty important. All right? I'll be back in October.
Our last 4 public forum speakers are Kelly Tacone, Randy Semino, Brady Ferguson, Daniela Pasella, and Trish Protz. This concludes the public forum.
Before we proceed with the consideration of local laws, I would just like to take a moment out to say happy birthday to Frank Piafetlassi, one of our deputy clerks. Happy birthday, Frank. We will now proceed with the consideration.
Get a recess. Happy birthday, Frank. But we're requesting a recess.
Sure, 5-minute break. We will now proceed with the consideration of local laws. Will the clerk please read the first item on the agenda?
Item number 1, referral number 22-0312, local law entitled Amending Monroe County Charter and Administrative Code relating to the legislative district boundaries and the term of office of members of the county legislature.
Moved by Legislator Brew, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. This is for introduction purposes only. Next item.
Item number 2, referral 22-0312, providing that local law entitled Amending Monroe County Charter and Administrative Code relating to legislative district boundaries and terms of members of county legislature be tabled.
Moved by Legislator Brew, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. This is a motion to table. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
One. Legislator
Oh,
Baines.
noted. Any other oppositions? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 3, referral 22-0312, fixing a public hearing on local law entitled Amending Monroe County Charter and Administrative Code relating to legislative district boundaries and term of members of county legislature.
Moved by Legislator Brew, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. This is to set the public hearing. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Legislator Barnhart.
Thank you very much, President Lamar. I'm going to remain seated because of the microphone. It's just very difficult to speak. I'm very sad that this map is causing so much division and contention. This is a map that a lot of people worked very hard on, including people in my caucus. We met, Yversha Roman, Michael Udelson, myself, Steve Brew, and President Lamar met on August 4th, August 10th, August 18th, and August 23rd to negotiate and draw this map. In 2 of those sessions, we had the map projected on the wall and actually drew districts and adjusted districts in real time. At the outset of this negotiation, we agreed to create 5 majority Black districts. President Lamar asked for the 5 districts. We called an attorney, Joe Burns, got him on the phone and discussed what does that look like. And then we proceeded to negotiate those 5 districts. Now, I understand that there are people who are in the room saying that no, they didn't agree to that. Well, if we didn't agree to it, I'm not really sure what happened in those subsequent meetings. Either there was a bad faith negotiation or minds were changed later on. Either way, I was serious about the 5 districts for reasons that I will get into shortly.
Legislator Barnhart, I'm sorry. I've been informed that you should only be speaking about the public hearing because that's the matter at hand.
Okay.
And I appreciate what you were saying, but we may have to pause it for now.
Okay. Well, I strongly support this map. I urge people to come out and support this map, to learn about the Voting Rights Act. There has been an enormous amount of misinformation and people using the Voting Rights Act as a shield to prevent creating majority Black districts. I think that is terribly disturbing. And so I look forward to talking with the community more in the coming weeks about this proposal. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion about the public meeting? The public hearing, setting the public hearing? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. Roll call vote.
Mr. Brew? Yes. Mr. Brew votes yes. Ms. Roman? No. Roman votes no. Mr. Alcoffer? Yes. Mr. Alcoffer votes yes. Ms. Barnhart? Yes. Ms. Barnhart votes yes. Mr. Baines? No. Mr. Baines votes no. Mr. Blankley? No. Mr. Blankley votes no. Mr. Burgess? No. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Colby?
Yes.
Mr. Colby votes yes. Mr. Delahaney?
Yes.
Mr. Delahaney votes yes. Ms. Delvecchio Hoffman? Delvecchio Hoffman votes no. Mrs. DeFlorio? Mrs. DeFlorio votes yes. Mr. Dondorfer? Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Mr. Frazier? Mr. Frazier votes no. Ms. Hasman? Ms. Hasman votes no. Mr. Hebert?
Yes.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Ms. Hughes-Smith? Ms. Hughes-Smith votes no. Mr. Johns? Mr. Johns votes yes. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Long?
No.
Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Mafucci? Mr. Mafucci votes no. Mr. Marinetti?
Yes.
Mr. Marinetti votes yes. Mr. McCabe?
Yes.
Mr. McCabe votes yes. Mr. Milne?
Yes.
Mr. Milne votes yes. Ms. Smith? Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor? Ms. Taylor votes yes. Ms. Vasquez Simmons? Ms. Vasquez Simmons votes no. Ms. Vecchio? Ms. Vecchio votes no. Mr. Udelson? Mr. Udelson votes no. President Lamar?
Yes.
President Lamar votes yes. 16-13. Public hearing is set.
We will now proceed with the considerations of motions, resolutions, and notices. Will the clerk read the next item on the agenda? Yes.
Thank you. I would like to move that we process the following agenda items, and I'll read the referral numbers as one item, and I will read the exceptions that we will keep out. Agenda items 4 and 5, which is referral number 220227. Item number 11, which is 0261. Item number 17, which is 0267. Item number 26, which is referral number 0276. Item number 38, which is referral number 0314. And item number 39, which is 0316.
Is there a second?
Can you just read those back?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Want me to
4,
read them?
5.
Steve, you want me to do it?
I'm sorry.
Huh?
Want me to read it?
Yeah, I'll let the clerk read.
We have a motion in front of us to move the agenda as a whole, except for item numbers 4, 5, 11, 17, 26, 38, and 39.
Thank you.
Yep, and it was moved by Legislator Brew and seconded by Legislator Roman. My apologies.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Is there any other opposition? Seeing none, this item carries. Next item, item number 4.
We should be on item number 4. Item number 4, referral 22-0227, amending 2022-2027 capital improvement program to advance tropical exhibit and main entry plaza project from 2023 to 2022 and retitling project as tropical exhibit and main entry plaza phase 2.
Moved by Legislator McCabe, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Go right ahead, Legislator.
Thank you, Madam President. While I love the zoo, I cannot support this. There are simply much more pressing priorities in our community, among them public safety, economic development, or maybe even helping out the folks in child protective services that come to speak to us every month, just to name a few. In addition, taxes in our state are simply too high. And at this time of record inflation, struggling stock market, and rising interest rates, the long-suffering taxpayers of our community are going to be forced to make very difficult decisions, and we should be no different. Now is simply not a time to be spending this much money. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Go ahead, Legislator Delvecchio Hoffman.
Against the zoo in particular, definitely vote to maintain as it is. But as a legislator who represents one of our most underfunded dying from preventable causes, I can't support this type of budget. I think that those who are supporting it are obviously well-intentioned, and I understand the argument to be made that this would bring more money, but I need the more money that was brought into our community directly to the constituents who fight to refund. I will be voting no.
Is there any other discussion?
Legislator Mill.
Go right ahead, Legislator Mill.
Thank you, Madam President. I have struggled greatly with this project and the simple magnitude of cost. While I do believe that the project has merit and that the enhancement would bring more people to the zoo, to the county, and will positively impact the greater Rochester community overall, I am not sure that we'll truly see the positive impact that may be projected. Our community needs more jobs overall, more businesses to make things, and to ship these things out of the area for profit. We have many infrastructure needs and have many projects that seem to come before this legislature for funding every month. Almost every month, we have social workers coming before us at their wits' end because they don't have the staff, they don't earn a wage that is sustainable, or promote a wage that is inviting for others to join in. The recent raise was thankfully accepted, but doesn't make a dent in their needs. One of the areas most important to me is public safety and the Monroe County Sheriff's Department. I had the opportunity to tour this facility along with a couple of other legislators, happily from both sides of the aisle, and I was shocked. I strongly recommend all my fellow legislators take the tour, even if it's a repeat. While some improvements have occurred, and I believe the administration is supporting the Monroe County Sheriff's Department, the mainframe building is in very poor condition. The infrastructure is archaic, and it doesn't take much to see it needs to be upgraded or rebuilt. The new HALT TAC laws have put deputies and jailers at risk, and they're trying workarounds, which is not positive for our deputy safety and band-aiding the mainframe area at times. This was state mandated and unfunded legislation that is costing money as well as creating safety issues. The ROCTAC program is up and running and preventing tragedies, but funding is short-term and we need to consider long-term funding for that program. We, the Monroe County Legislature, need to be fully prepared to enhance the Monroe County Jail to bring it to today's levels and prepare it for the future. This is going to be a huge project when it comes, and in my opinion, it will come. Because of the concerns mentioned above, and while I do support the zoo project and would like to see this move forward, but maybe in steps, because of the concerns mentioned above and because of the fact we have not seen a developed plan with cost breakdowns, I cannot in good conscience approve moving this project forward at this time.
Is there any other? Legislator Mafucci.
Thank you, Madam President. I need to, since I didn't hear much of this opposition at the committee meetings that I attended, I need to rise to support this. As many of you know, I'm a former superintendent of schools. Clearly, taxes were always an issue. And quite honestly, there's only one way to mitigate a tax issue, and that's to expand your tax base. And the way you expand your tax base is to build things and give people reason to come here to spend money. It's called the velocity of money. As money changes hands, your economy grows. And all the needs that my colleague expressed across the way, I don't disagree with. But the way you will have money to fix the jail is to have economic growth to provide the funding so you don't have to go to the taxpayer to do those things. So I do rise in favor of this, and I strongly support the improvements to the zoo. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Legislator Hebert. I'm sorry. Legislator Colby.
Madam President, if you'd like Legislator Colby to go first, I think he beat me.
It doesn't matter.
All right, I just want to explain my vote as well. I agree with the comments that many of the legislators have made, and while Mr. Mafucci and I often talk, this is one situation where we disagree, and I disagree for a couple of reasons. The money for the project has been promised by the state, and while we've been assured by the administration that they'll come through, I know that the state is facing a multi-billion-dollar budget deficit next year. And until that money has come through, I hesitate to put it on the backs of the Monroe County taxpayers, because if it doesn't come through, that's exactly what passing this legislation will do. Secondly, and again, I like the zoo. I don't have a problem with the zoo. I just question the timing of this investment. The Zoo Society has promised to deliver $23 million and has already got something like $8 million that they've raised, which is great. But they don't have a track record over their existence of raising this amount of money anywhere near as quickly as it would need to be raised to be paid at the time that the construction goes on. So while the next referral is to bond for this, it's about $142 per living, breathing person in Monroe County that we're doing, that we do if we pass this. And that doesn't count bonding expenses, interest, things of that nature. Finally, I believe people may come here for the zoo once or twice. They may stay the day and they may have lunch and maybe even dinner, but I don't think it's going to result in a windfall of economic tourism. And I don't believe it is going to help our taxpayers alleviate themselves from the $100 million that we're looking to spend. So I cannot support this tonight. Thank you, Madam.
Legislator Colby.
Through you to the administration, has the Zoo Society given you any type of timeline of when they think they would have the bulk of their share money raised?
Through the chair, this is Steve Lacey. I'm the superintendent of Seneca Park Zoo. And yes, through the chair, they are trying to have all of the funds raised by the time the opening of the zoo occurs. That would be in late 2025 to early 2026.
Thank you. And to follow up on that, can somebody from the administration, through you, Madam President, what is the timeline, or what funds, what pocket or funds is the state bringing their 42 or 41 million from? Is it out of the, what department is it coming from?
Madam President, I believe this is within DASNY, but it is being passed through New York State, Empire State Development. That's the organization we've been in contact about the contract that is required to be executed for the 42.5 million. So ESD, okay. Madam President.
That was my understanding too. Madam President, have they given you a timeline when that money will be released? Is it reimbursement, or will they release it before all expenditures?
Madam President, it's a reimbursement-based contract.
Through you, Madam President, I believe they have, what is the projected additional operating cost on a yearly basis for this project? And is that going to come from general county funds, or is the Zoo Society going to help with that? Through you, Madam President. That was really a three-part question. I'm sorry. If you want me to break it back down, I can.
Madam President, we are getting the estimated increase in operating costs. The Zoo Society will not be funding the increase in operating costs. That'll come from Monroe County. Funding for Monroe County Zoo generally takes the form of revenues earned. In the current budget, we have about $1.8 million in revenues, so we would anticipate roughly a doubling of that on the projected doubling of attendance. We also fund the zoo operations through the hotel motel occupancy tax. Prior to the start of COVID-19, this county had funded just over, I believe it was 1.575 million of tax for the zoo, which is my goal here to get back to over the next several years. And then the remainder funding for zoo operations comes from net county support, which is our tax levy.
Madam President, we are projecting an increase of $470,000 in operating expense for the upgrades at the zoo, as well as additional salary and labor costs totaling right around $1 million.
Per year, right?
Yes, sir.
To go back, just for clarification, through you, Madam President, that was 1.5 million that was coming from the hotel tax before the COVID hit. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam President, 1.575.
Thank you. I yield the floor, Madam.
Any other discussion? Legislator DeFlorio, I'm sorry. Legislator Baines.
Do we have a sense of what percentage of the expenditure to upgrade out to local construction firms in the 7-county area and project labor agreement? Madam President, to the administration.
Through you, Madam President, the construction value is approximately $101 million, and your honorable body has executed a project labor agreement for this project already.
President, I also would like to explain my vote, and sorry about that. I also, as some of my other colleagues have stated, are deeply struggle with this referral, again, because of the sheer magnitude of the cost. It is troubling to me that the Tropical Exhibit Main Entrance Plaza was combined with the new aquarium project. It's my understanding that the Tropical Exhibit Main Entry Plaza was a project that is going to affect the certification of the zoo. And I wish that it had been brought forward separately. The sheer magnitude of cost of the aquarium is deeply troubling. The $1 million plus labor costs per year, in addition to any future maintenance. I know the maintenance was put at $1 million operating cost, or I'm sorry, almost $500 million per year. But when that aquarium starts breaking down, as we know, our area high school pools, et cetera, do over time, those maintenance costs are only going to increase. So as much as I struggle and have been a huge supporter of the zoo when my kids were young, I can't move forward with this project at this time. There are too many other needs in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? I would like to take an opportunity to explain my vote. I have to echo the sentiments of some of my colleagues. There's no way that I can justify to people who are struggling with basic needs like food, clothes, gas, prescriptions, etc., on spending this amount of money. I do, however, think that this referral will probably pass tonight. And in the spirit of increasing diversity at the zoo, I would love to, for diversity at the zoo for participants and staff. I would like for the administration to commit to funding or securing at least 25 spots for inner city kids to participate in the zoo camp, and also hold 25 spots for the city's Summer of Opportunities program. And just to reiterate, this is an attempt to create more diversity at the zoo. I'm sure if you've been to the zoo and you look around, it's not diverse. And so that is my ask of the administration once this referral passes. But I will not be supporting it. Thank you. I'm sorry, Legislator Delahanty, go ahead.
I just would like to, I appreciate the discussion that we're having on this tonight. And this is an area where I've actually worked a great deal on in my experience with the county. I'm actually serving here tonight with a former parks director who I worked with on a number of projects over earlier in my career. And he did a phenomenal job as our parks director. And I come from this from a little different take. There was a period of time where, unfortunately, the county really struggled with the funding of our park system and our zoo. There were a number of other priorities, other programs that we're funding throughout the county. And if you talk to anyone, especially longtime employees in our park system, they can explain to you some of the challenges that we've had. I see our park system as one of the jewels of Monroe County. It really is something that we should be proud of, something that draws people to this, I believe, draws people to this community. And it's something that almost all residents use. And when I look at a project like this, the challenges that I see today, and I appreciate my colleagues talking about every dollar, taxes, and the challenges that we have. But in the case of this project, where we're able to actually leverage money coming in from Albany, I can tell you I've been doing this for a little while now, and it is very challenging to get those dollars, whether they're coming in from Albany or whether they're coming in from Washington. And when we have an opportunity to pull that money in and also use a nonprofit and their funding as well, combining with money on our end, I think, to me, it brings of a project that I think will be successful. And I look at another project where I know there was some apprehension, and we did it a few years ago, and I remember it was our airport project. And there was some hesitancy about whether the funding would come through from Albany and whether or not that would be a good project. And that project, I think, worked out very well for the county. I got a lot of great feedback from our business community, from our residents. And if you talk to anyone who uses the airport, it continues to get better and better every time we use it. So I would just ask each legislator before they take a vote on this tonight to really think about the long-term effect and really the ability for us to have an opportunity here to leverage money that we might not normally see be coming before us here in Monroe County. Thank you, Madam President.
The discussion. Seeing none, roll call vote.
Mr. Brew. Yes. Mr. Brew votes yes. Ms. Roman. This is on 227, item number 4. Ms. Roman votes yes. Mr. Alcoffer. Yes. Mr. Alcoffer votes yes. Ms. Barnhart. Yes. Ms. Barnhart votes yes. Mr. Baines. Yes. Mr. Baines votes yes. Mr. Blankley. Yes. Mr. Blankley votes yes. Mr. Burgess. Yes. Mr. Burgess votes yes. Mr. Colby. Mr. Colby votes yes. Mr. Delahanty. Mr. Delahanty votes yes. Ms. Delvecchio Hoffman. Ms. Delvecchio Hoffman votes no. Mrs. DeFlorio. Mrs. DeFlorio votes no. Mr. Dondorfer. Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Mr. Frazier. Mr. Frazier votes yes. Ms. Hasman. Ms. Hasman votes yes. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Hebert votes no. Ms. Hughes Smith. Ms. Hughes Smith votes yes. Mr. Johns. Mr. Johns votes yes. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes yes. Mr. Mafucci. Mr. Mafucci votes yes. Mr. Marinetti. Mr. Marinetti votes yes. Mr. McCabe. Mr. McCabe votes no. Mr. Milne. Mr. Milne votes no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor. Ms. Taylor votes yes. Ms. Vasquez Simmons. Ms. Vasquez Simmons votes yes. Ms. Vecchio. Ms. Vecchio votes yes. Mr. Udelson. Mr. Udelson votes yes. President Lamar.
No.
President Lamar votes no. 22-7. Resolution passes. Item number 5, referral 22-0227.BR. Resolution authorizing the issuance of $102,900,000 bonds of the County of Monroe, New York, to finance the cost of the Tropical Exhibit Main Entry Plaza Phase 2 project at the Seneca Park Zoo in and for said county at an estimated maximum cost of $102,900,000.
Legislator McCabe, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Mr. Brew. Mr. Brew votes yes. Ms. Roman. Ms. Roman votes yes. Mr. Alcoffer. Mr. Alcoffer votes yes. Ms. Barnhart. Ms. Barnhart votes yes. Mr. Baines. Mr. Baines votes yes. Mr. Blankley. Mr. Blankley votes yes. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes yes. Mr. Colby. Mr. Colby votes yes. Mr. Delahanty. Mr. Delahanty votes yes. Ms. Delvecchio Hoffman. Ms. Delvecchio Hoffman votes no. Mrs. DeFlorio. Mrs. DeFlorio votes no. Mr. Dondorfer. Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Mr. Frazier. Mr. Frazier votes yes. Ms. Hasman. Ms. Hasman votes yes. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Hebert votes no. Ms. Hughes Smith. Ms. Hughes Smith votes yes. Mr. Johns. Mr. Johns votes yes. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes yes. Mr. Mafucci. Mr. Mafucci votes yes. Mr. Marinetti. Mr. Marinetti votes yes. Mr. McCabe. Mr. McCabe votes no. Mr. Milne. Mr. Milne votes no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor. Ms. Taylor votes yes. Ms. Vasquez Simmons. Ms. Vasquez Simmons votes yes. Ms. Vecchio. Ms. Vecchio votes yes. Mr. Udelson. Mr. Udelson votes yes. President Lamar.
No.
President Lamar votes no. 22-7. Resolution passes.
Legislator Brew.
Test. Thank you. I'd like to call for just a quick 2 or 3 minute recess. It's come to my understanding that when we voted to move the agenda items that we listed as a whole, that has to be a unanimous vote, and it was not. So I would like to ask Mr. Baines to come up and Minority Leader Roman to come up. We can meet with the parliamentarian just so that we can make sure that as we proceed tonight, all of our actions in dealing with these referrals are legitimate, okay? So thank you.
Yep. So moving right along, item number 17. Oh, I was moving too fast.
Legislator Baines, so noted. I got you. Item number 11, referral 22-0261, confirming reappointment of the Commissioner of Public Health.
Moved by Legislator Blankley, seconded by Legislator Baines. Is there any discussion? Go ahead, Legislator Dondorfer.
First of all, with your permission, I'd like to stay seated in order to utilize the microphone. If
That's
okay
fine.
with you. My first question through you to the administration. I know that being a county legislator is a part-time position, and I am well aware, much like all of you are, on how much time that part-time job actually entails and how much it gets in the way of everything else. With Dr. Mendoza serving as a professional at the university, as a professor at the University of Rochester, as well as an attending physician at Highland Hospital, does this administration feel as though either of those additional occupations is a conflict or in any way interfering with his work as our health commissioner?
Through you, Madam President, no, we do not.
Through you, Madam President, to the administration, does the University of Rochester Medical Center directly or indirectly receive any funding or benefits from the county due to any actions that are taken by Dr. Mendoza?
Through you, Madam President, no, they do not. Typically, we issue RFPs for various contracts and services and goods that we provide. So that is the same competitive process for the U of R or URMC as they would be for any other organization, regardless of Dr. Mendoza's employment.
Through you, Madam President, to the administration, Monroe County policy for dual employment states that it must be approved by the county executive through the Director of Human Resources, which you've already answered, that says that that has been done. But it also says that county employment must be the employee's primary employment and work activity. Would you consider the Department of Health and Dr. Mendoza to be his primary employment?
Through you, Madam President, yes, we do.
And through you, Madam President, to the administration, can you estimate about how many hours a week he works at that position?
Through you, Madam President, I would estimate that he works approximately 80 hours a week at his job at the county.
Through you, Madam President, to the administration, that does bring up a very valid question. And if he's working 80 hours a week here, how much time is he dedicating to his other?
And how much are they paying him for?
Through you, Madam President, approximately 8 hours a week.
Through the President to the administration, under the 2021-22 adopted budgets, the Health Commissioner was listed as a Group 33 in the management professional personnel. Did Dr. Mendoza's compensation for the county in the years 2020 or 2021 rise above the adopted level? And did Dr. Mendoza collect additional pay through overtime for those hours?
Through you, Madam President, no, there was no additional overtime pay for Dr. Mendoza.
And through you, Madam President, to the administration, did the administration attempt to seek other applicants or solely sought the reappointment of Dr. Mendoza?
Through you, Madam President, no, we did not seek other applicants.
Please allow the questions to be asked and answered. Thank you.
And through you, Madam President, to the administration, I do understand that this is an appointment from the county executive, and the legislature's sole responsibility is to just vote on the confirmation. I would like to propose an amendment, if it is possible through the charter, that we make this a one-year appointment and the administration seeks other applicants who are interested in this position.
Through the president, the 6-year term for the health commissioner is set by state law.
So through the president to the administration, that means that that's not something that we have the authority to change?
Through you, Madam President, that's correct. It's set by Public Health Law, Section 351.
Okay. I guess a couple of follow-up questions that I'd just like to ask through you, Madam President, to the administration. Some speakers had spoken in regards to the hospitals getting extra pay for COVID and COVID diagnoses. Is that indeed the case? And how much money are we talking about that they are getting for these the positive test results or the COVID patients that are?
Through you, Madam President, that's something we wouldn't have any way of knowing.
And one last question through you, Madam President, to probably Dr. Mendoza specifically on this one. Do hospitals have the legal right to deny someone any treatment or transplants based solely on the fact that they did not receive a emergency use vaccine?
So through the chair, you'd have to ask the hospitals directly about their individual clinical guidelines with regard to transplants, but it is the law.
Can I just call a point of order real quick, please? I'd like the doctor to be able to answer the questions without everyone getting upset. Let him finish answering the questions first, please, so we can get an answer.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And just to the spectators in the back, I think at the beginning of the meeting, we said that we would ask you to keep it calm like we did when you guys spoke. If that's hard to do, we're gonna ask you to leave. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, EMTALA applies to all hospitals, and so hospitals are not permitted to decline care service to somebody who's emergent or pregnant. So all hospitals have to abide by that law.
So through you, Madam President, I guess I just need a little bit of clarification on what that is. So if someone comes in with any ailment, they have the legal obligation to treat that patient, correct?
You, Madam Chair, the hospital has a legal obligation to provide a medical triage exam. The actual clinical care is determined by the attending physicians in charge of that individual's care at the time.
And if that, through you, Madam President, if that attending physician deems it appropriate for a transplant, that hospital, does that hospital have a legal obligation to perform that?
Through the president, you would have to ask the hospitals as to what their legal obligations are with regard to treatment.
So wouldn't that be something that you oversee as the health commissioner in Monroe County, or each individual hospital has the right to make their own rules and regulations in regards to that?
Through the president, the hospital is responsible for making that determination, and they report to the state health department.
Okay. I, for now, yield the floor.
Thank you. President, to the administration, what lessons has the Monroe County Department of Public Health learned through the COVID-19 pandemic?
Through the president, the health department has learned quite a bit throughout the pandemic. We have learned the value of collaboration. We've learned the value of seeking input from our community. We seek feedback from this body and many others. We do our best to learn from our mistakes, to follow the data, to communicate clearly. Certainly, there are things that, we could have done better, but I think in the balance, we've done a good job here in Monroe County.
Through you, Madam President, to the administration, well, hindsight's 2020, is there anything you would have done differently now that you're looking back?
Through the president, I think early on I would have advised masking sooner. The N95 masks were initially withheld because of supply concerns. That was something I would have changed. But I think overall, given how quickly things were changing, given how we had to make decisions efficiently, I really do rely on my team, and I think we did a very good job overall.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
Just to follow up on one of the questions that was asked earlier, to the administration, does Dr. Mendoza review any of the RFPs that maybe U of R would be presenting? Does he, is he on the committee that reviews those RFPs? And if not, why not?
Through you, Madam President, no, he does not. An individual would not be able to rate RFPs that that are responded to by companies that they have an employment relationship with.
Thank you. I'll leave the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Through you to the administration, follow-up question with regard to the number of hours that Dr. Mendoza indicated he worked per week. He indicated a total of 80. Is he eligible to receive any comp time for those hours that would be in excess of a 35 to 40-hour work week?
Through you, Madam President, Dr. Mendoza would, his employment would be governed by the M&P handbook, which is something that is approved by this body, I believe, on an annual basis. In that handbook, all M&P class employees are entitled to bank up to 120 hours of compensatory time, which has no cash value, but can be used in exchange for time off. And there's also provision, and again, this would apply to all M&P employees, where during pay period 6 of a year, they're eligible to sell back 80 hours vacation time to the county at 75 cents on the dollar. Outside of that, and that's standard to anybody who's in the M&P class, Dr. Mendoza wouldn't be treated any differently.
So just to make sure I'm clear, so he can bank up to 120 hours of comp time per year. Is that correct?
No. Employees in the M&P class can have 120 hours of comp time total, and that's something that carries over from year to year. Anytime over that 120 hours does not get accrued and added to that bank. And again, they can be replenished as they're used. So it's not 120 every year.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for the clarity. And then you said they could sell back up to 80 hours. Was that 80 hours per year?
Through you, Madam President, yes, that would be 80 hours per year at 75 cents on the dollar.
Thank you. Through the president to the administration, is Dr. Mendoza and other department heads required to file financial disclosure agreements like this honorable body does on a yearly basis?
Through you, Madam President, I believe every employee over a group 17 or 8, 19. Oh, I'm sorry. Everybody over a group 19 is required to file a financial disclosure form in addition to the elected officials.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, what pay group is Dr. Mendoza?
Through you, Madam President, pay group 33.
Thank you. And as a follow-up to that question, can this honorable body be provided a copy of that financial disclosure, the latest or most recent financial disclosure agreement?
Through you, Madam President, yes, that's something we could provide to the legislature.
Thank you. And through the president to the administration, or perhaps more appropriately to Dr. Mendoza, now switching gears a little bit, was there any guidance from the state or the CDC that you, in your professional opinion, are considered to be ineffective at the time?
Through the president, there were certainly times when guidance came down that we did not totally understand when they came out. There were many times when the state health department made recommendations that we didn't completely agree with at the time, but did eventually agree with once we understood the rationale behind them. I think if you go back through the 2.5 years of this pandemic, I think it would be very hard to say that we agreed with every single thing the minute it came out. But I think in the interest of getting work done, serving the people of Monroe County, in general, I did agree with the vast majority of the guidance that was given to us from the state and from the CDC.
So as a follow-up to that question through the president, so just so I'm understanding, if you thought something was ineffective at the time, did you still enforce that directive?
Through the president, we would work internally to try to understand the perspectives behind those recommendations. Ultimately, when the state health department issues a regulation, it's the state health department who has the authority to change them. I did not hesitate to challenge those, internally, but I think ultimately, the state health department is who ultimately set the regulations, if you will, for the process of most of the pandemic through the president.
Through the president to the administration, or to Dr. Mendoza, the CDC has recently changed its recommendations on social distancing, quarantining, test to stay in school. Do you think that this is simply because the pandemic is waning, or because they may not have been as effective of measures as the CDC initially advised when it implemented them previously?
Through the president, I can't speculate as to how the CDC's arriving at its decisions. I do agree with them because the current variants of COVID are less severe. We are a more immunized and vaccinated community. I think the steps that they've taken are prudent, but I can't comment on the rationale of why they arrived at their decisions through the president.
Thank you. And one last question through the president to the Dr. Mendoza. Last year, members of this honorable body attempted to submit legislation that would have allowed visitation in our nursing homes following a state ban on visitation, but were told that the county did not have the authority to do so. While county health officials do not have the legal authority to subvert state requirements, solely based on public health, did you support such a ban at the time, and or would you support today, knowing what we know now?
Through the president, from a clinical standpoint, I think we could have fashioned a way to allow visitors to go into the nursing homes through some combination of testing, quarantining, other precautions that we had asked of the general public. I think it could have been feasible to do that. But as you said, ultimately, that was something that the state health department solely had the authority to make changes about. Through the chair.
As a follow-up through the president to Dr. Mendoza, did you indicated that you privately advocated for certain things. Did you advocate to the State Department of Health to change this ruling or to allow additional measures to be put in place to allow families to visit their loved ones in nursing homes?
Through the president, yes, I did.
So you advocated to the state and were denied by the state health commissioner at the time?
Through the president, I advocated for these changes and I received no response.
Thank you.
Other discussion, Legislator Hasman.
Question. Other than COVID, this evening, the Department of Health has a wide range of responsibilities. We had a mental health crisis in this county, in this nation before the pandemic, and like many things, the pandemic shone a bright light on our mental health crisis. I was wondering if you could tell us how you think the county plays a role in addressing the mental health shortage and mental health crisis.
Through the president, I think through the pandemic and certainly even before, in the 4 years prior to the pandemic in my term, I think we've seen both through the previous administration and the current administration the value that the county can play with regard to bringing people together. When we talk about the challenges around mental health, we know that they're far more complicated than simply access to treatment. These mental health challenges find their roots in decades, if not centuries, of history here in Monroe County. And insofar as the county can bring people together to solicit feedback from the community, whether it's through the Race Commission, various other input gatherings, forums, I think that is the power that we all can play as a unifier in this community. And I think we also have a voice insofar as the health department has played a role through this pandemic, and we have a level of visibility that we didn't have before. I think there's a unique opportunity for us in the health department to shine a light, to destigmatize mental illness, to destigmatize addiction, to humanize the struggles that people are dealing with. So as I see it, there are a lot of opportunities going forward, and I hope to be a part of that.
I agree. If there's one thing that we've done is raise the profile of Department of Health and all the
Are there situations where Monroe County went above the required New York State guidance in implementing protocols?
Through the president sitting here, no, I cannot think of an example of that.
Oh, okay, that's surprising, but okay. Moving on, we have had multiple constituents through you, Madam President, to Dr. Mendoza, reach out to us who feel Monroe County went over the state regulations and the subsequent requirements of other counties when it came to our public schools. Can you comment on this?
Through the president, as I've said before, it's the school boards and the school superintendents who set the rules for the schools.
That's not 100% accurate, but okay, we'll move on. Were there any restrictions in place here in Monroe County schools that weren't seen in other schools in other counties?
Again, through the president, you'd have to compare each of the different school districts and their policies and compare those to the other school districts in the region. But as I said, the schools are who determine the practices and procedures in place in the district.
So as a follow-up on that question through you, Madam President, to Dr. Mendoza, there was no difference in Monroe County in how Monroe County handled the schools as opposed to Steuben County, Livingston County, Erie County health departments.
So through the president, I can't comment exactly on how each of my colleagues interacted with their school districts, but I can tell you that in all of their school districts, again, the schools and their boards of education have the authority to set policy for their district.
Okay, so if so, well, I guess, so we didn't have any role in enforcing higher standards on our schools than required by the state. That's your response?
Through the president, yes.
Okay. I yield the floor.
Legislator Keller.
Go ahead, Legislator Mill.
Thank you, Madam President, and through you to Dr. Mendoza. Dr. Mendoza, could you please just comment on the long delays we continue to experience at the medical examiner's office? I have constituents, one, and know of several others in other districts that continue to suffer due to delays in receiving death certificates. So could you just please speak to that and what actions we've taken and will be taking to improve that? Thank you.
Through the president, for the balance of the last year, we've had one of our medical examiners out on medical leave. We had hired a new medical examiner to start earlier this spring. So that brought our total to 3. And then we just brought on a 4th medical examiner who will be starting later this month. So for the first time during my tenure, we'll have had 4 full-time medical examiners on staff at the office.
Go ahead, Legislator Hebert.
Thank you, Madam President. Through you to the administration, actually probably Dr. Mendoza. At the Health Committee's meeting about 3 weeks ago, in the 59th minute, Legislator Dondorfer was asking you questions about your participation with the schools, and acknowledged your weekly, hourly long meetings, which I think were pretty well known about for the public schools, and you said you had additional meetings with the private schools. At one point, you were asked by Legislator Dondorfer if one of the schools had not followed your recommendations or guidance, what would you do? And your response, and this is a quote, but it's pretty close, at most I'd report them to the State Department of Education. So that gave you any additional leverage with those school superintendents, school boards, whoever it was on the other end of the line?
So through the president, that was a hypothetical question that I gave a hypothetical answer to. I've never really had to report. There was one instance, I think, when a school district was very obviously not enforcing the state mask mandate, and we did bring that to the attention of the state education department. I don't know that changed anything. I can't comment on that, but that was really the extent of our role. That was, not meant as a threat or a punitive action, simply just reporting to the state through the chair.
So through you, Madam President, to Dr. Mendoza, you would not view being reported to this supervisory authority for your organization a violation of that supervisory authority as any sort of pressure or leverage on a school or any other organization?
Through the president, we notified all of those schools that we would be reporting them to the state. And again, I can only think of 1 or 2 examples of that. Again, our intent wasn't to, get people in trouble. Simply, it was just to inform the state of a violation, and they asked us to report when we saw violations of their regulations. But that was really the extent of it. Through the president.
Thank you. And through you, Madam President, just as a quick comment regarding your answer, Dr. Mendoza, I've been in management positions of fairly substantial organizations, and I will tell you that if someone in your position did that to me, I would certainly consider it threatening, and it would make me tend to toe the line more. Excuse me, please no, please don't. Thank you. In the 55th minute of the same meeting, you were asked about essentially conflict of interest employment at URMC, and you responded that it was put in your job description by then County Executive Cheryl Donalfo, which may well be true. I don't know, but I was here when that happened, and as I recall, you were the only candidate for the position, and you specifically stated that you required the ability to stay active in the medical profession for some reasons that seemed logical at the time. You wanted to be up to date on medicine and all that kind of stuff and what was going on in the community. But is that consistent with your recollection of what happened for your initial appointment?
Through the president, the way I recall it was that I needed to maintain my license and board certification in order to serve in this capacity as Commissioner of Public Health. And as a board certified family physician, my way of doing that is through seeing patients. So the agreement at the time was that I would continue to see patients essentially in my free time outside of my county employment. Through the president.
Through you, Madam President, as a follow-up to that, Dr. Mendoza, that seeing of patients did not have to be done through a large medical facility. However, it could have been done through a small private practice. You could have, am I correct in that statement? Let me just check that first.
Through the president, sure, I could practice in any number of settings, but I had a primary care panel of 9 years at the time at Highland Hospital, and I didn't want to say goodbye to my patients.
Good. Madam President, just a comment. Per the county charter, the appointment of the health commissioner is strictly the responsibility of the county executive. And it is the legislator's sole ability regarding this is to vote on confirmation and either essentially an up or down vote. The opinion of the law department, so through you, Madam President, to the law department, does this honorable body have any authority to submit a different name, form a search committee to submit a different name, amend the name of the appointment, or any authority outside of a confirmation vote?
Through the president, no, it does not. You're correct, legislator. It is a county executive appointment subject to the confirmation of the legislature. So the county executive determines who the nominee is.
Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Through you, Madam President, to Dr. Mendoza, as a follow-up question with something you answered to me and then followed up with Legislator Hebert. You said the onus was on the school districts, their boards of education, their superintendents. However, you said to Legislator Hebert that you were going to then turn around and report districts to SED if they didn't follow your guidance. So you did technically, the boards of education and superintendents really didn't have the authority, because if they violated what you said, you were going to report them to SED, correct?
To the president, to clarify, I think you misinterpreted what I said. I would report to the state when there was a school violating the state's regulations. I didn't make regulations. I don't have the authority to do that. I simply make recommendations based on clinical data and so forth. But the regulations were set by the state.
I yield the floor. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, to the administration, I just have a quick question about the MMP handbook and it's being approved by the legislature on an annual basis. Is there a way that you could produce an example of that annual report and perhaps when the last time was that we approved such a report?
Through you, Madam President, I may have misspoke in terms of being done on an annual basis. Our Director of Human Resources is not here. This body approves the handbook on a regular occurrence. I'm not sure that it is annual. It is regularly done. I think it might be done in conjunction with the CSCA contract. The last time this honorable body approved changes is during the start of COVID. There was a 40-hour cap on the comp bank, and then this body approved moving the 40-hour cap to 120-hour cap. So I apologize. I may have misspoke in terms of being annual, but it is approved regularly, and any changes to that handbook is approved by this body.
Okay, thank you.
Legislator Hebert.
Thank you, ma'am. I have one question come up. Through you to Dr. Mendoza. I have a very strong recollection of one of the things that many of my constituents took issue with when it came to the schools was early on in the pandemic, there was a state education department requirement that the schools either mask, and way almost everybody except you interpreted it, at least my own recollection is that it was either 6 feet or masks. But in Monroe County, it was 6 feet and masks. And that made a huge difference on what the schools could do as far as, hybrid schooling, one set of kids Monday, Wednesday, another set Tuesday, Thursday type of thing. All that?
To the president, my recollection is that the state regulation said 6 foot and masking. And that is what the schools did. Now, what other districts and other counties did is, their prerogative. But my recollection is that the local districts followed the state guidelines because we didn't issue local guidelines.
Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Is there any other discussion? Somebody, Legislator Hoffman? No. Sorry.
Wanted to take a moment to past couple of years, oftentimes alone. Lots of different ways. More often than it fails men. I myself had 2 difficult that's touched all of us. But I'm also going to ask that during his term, he meet any of my constituents who'd like to do this better. It's not just a problem, it's our medical system in general can always. I had constituents come tonight. Together, moving forward, about all of the discrepancies in our healthcare system. I appreciate
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I had one more question. Through you to Dr. Mendoza. Think of any scenario where you would not follow state or CDC or federal or Department of Education, whatever guidelines were being passed down from appropriate authority. Could you imagine any scenario where you would not follow such guidelines?
To the president, sure. I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but there are. I believe that as the Commissioner of Public Health, it's my responsibility to evaluate guidelines as they come. And if my initial impression of something is that I have questions or concerns about, I will raise those concerns. Yes. I can't give you an example, but I don't feel any reluctance at all. If there's something I disagree with, I will raise a concern.
Thank you, and I'm glad to hear that answer because otherwise I'm not sure why we need a medical director. Thank you. I yield the floor for the last time, I promise.
Through you, Madam President, to Dr. Mendoza, you twice, I remember here, maybe more tonight, you referred to your team when you were making decisions about how to handle issues with regards to the pandemic. Can you give us a description of who was on your team or what positions they held in the county?
Through the president, the health department has over 250 employees. During the balance of the pandemic, we repurposed the vast majority of those individuals into an incident command structure. So they all adopted new titles, new roles. And so we had all manager level people leading the isolation and quarantine effort, leading the case investigation contact tracing effort, leading the housing and social services efforts, the treatment efforts, the testing, the vaccination. All of these different areas were led by manager level people that I entrust major areas of the health department to on a daily basis. You know, that's my job, is to trust good leaders and to cultivate good leaders. And that's who I relied upon throughout the pandemic.
A follow-up on that then, did you guys ever meet as a group to discuss how to handle issues? Madam President.
Through the president, we probably met 3 times a day for several months, and then twice a day for 6 more months at least. So very, very often.
Through you, Madam President, part of that team, will there be anybody from the administration's office in those discussions? So they were aware of what you were talking about?
Through the president, we routinely sought counsel from the chief of staff to county legal to the county executive, communications. I mean, this was not an effort led by the health department. And this was a county effort. You know, we certainly handled the majority of the health related aspects of it, but the non-health related aspects of this pandemic fell to public safety, to DES, to emergency management. I mean, there were a whole host of other departments in the county that were entirely responsible for other parts of this response.
Thank you. I will yield the floor.
The last couple of weeks have seen their share of commentary by many regarding the appointment of Dr. Mendoza this evening. I appreciate and respect those who are willing to voice their opinions and beliefs on the subject. I appreciate the emails and conversations I've had with many in the district that I represent, and also those outside of it. I have been asked to explain my vote and feel it important to do so. While I have only served District 5 of the Monroe County Legislature for 9 months, I have served in local government for approximately 22 years. During the past 2 years, especially at the height of the pandemic, as a village mayor, I sat on calls 2 to 3 times per week with fellow mayors, supervisors, and also members of this Monroe County Legislature. These calls were led by county administration and generally included County Executive Bello and Dr. Mendoza. These calls were to update the county municipalities and representatives with any new information, mandates, or requirements that were being passed down by the state or federal government, and any updated information regarding vaccines, their perceived effectiveness, and next steps through the shutdown. While many may not have agreed with all the information, those on the calls were basing actions on the information and medical guidance provided from our local hospitals and medical professionals on their status, and also from the federal government and WHO and FDA, et cetera. But what was also key on these calls was the continual information on what the county was trying to do to provide PPE, test kits, equipment, local training, et cetera. I have spoken to many about the mandates, about the business shutdowns, the mandatory mask mandates, and our school closures. I have spoken to business owners and business leaders. I have spoken to school district officials, teachers, and some parents as well. I have heard from many that feel communication was very good, whether the message was agreed upon or not, and that the mandates were necessary. And I have also heard, again tonight for sure, from those who definitely do not agree. And again, I respect that. In emergency services, training is consistent. You try to train for the worst-case scenario and hope that when that event becomes reality, you are as prepared as can be. However, at the end, you take a step back and critique what occurred. What went right, what went wrong, and how can we do better? We, Monroe County, need to fully critique what has occurred and how we can do better. In my opinion, we cannot shut schools down again. We should not force people, adults and children, to wear masks. This should be their choice. And people should not lose their jobs if they decide to not get a vaccination. And we cannot shutter businesses again. As we do not believe COVID and its variants are going away, this county, from the county executive to the director of the Department of Health, and this legislator and all of our surrounding municipal leaders need to be more vocal if new mandates come again. If the mandates are not in our best interest, and that will always be controversial, we should not simply acquiesce. I've seen Dr. Mendoza and members of his team travel to municipalities and school districts to talk about, to train, and to help parents better understand drug addiction issues, provide Narcan training, et cetera, regarding the opioid crisis and other drugs, and I appreciate that. I do not believe actions surrounding the pandemic and mandates brought down by our state government or federal government should be the sole review of Dr. Mendoza's tenure, even if I don't appreciate some of his current actions or answers. Dr. Mendoza has done the job, in my opinion, that he was appointed to do. I will admit I don't agree with a 6-year term, but that is the policy and truly not an aspect of this vote tonight. My vote to support Dr. Mendoza is based on the communication and support I've seen pre-pandemic and what I witnessed through the pandemic, and is based upon conversations I've had pro and con with residents in the district I represent. Thank you.
Question. None. Can we go to a roll call vote?
Mr. Brew? No. Mr. Brew votes no. Ms. Roman? Yes. Roman votes yes. Mr. Alcoffer? No. Mr. Alcoffer votes no. Ms. Barnhart? Yes. Barnhart votes yes. Mr. Baines? Yes. Mr. Baines votes yes. Mr. Blankley? Yes. Mr. Blankley votes yes. Mr. Burgess? Yes. Mr. Burgess votes yes. Mr. Colby? No. Mr. Colby votes no. Mr. Delahanty? Yes. Mr. Delahanty votes yes. Ms. Delvecchio Hoffman? Ms. Delvecchio Hoffman votes yes. Mrs. DeFlorio? No. Mrs. DeFlorio votes no. Mr. Dondorfer? Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Mr. Frazier? Mr. Frazier? Yes. Mr. Frazier votes yes. Ms. Hasman? Yes. Ms. Hasman votes yes. Mr. Hebert? No. Mr. Hebert votes no. Ms. Hughes-Smith? Yes. Ms. Hughes-Smith votes yes. Mr. Johns? Yes. Mr. Johns votes yes. Mr. Keller? No. Mr. Keller votes no. Mr. Long? Yes. Mr. Long votes yes. Mr. Mafucci? Yes. Mr. Mafucci votes yes. Mr. Marinetti? Yes. Mr. Marinetti votes yes. Mr. McCabe? No. Mr. McCabe votes no. Mr. Milne? Yes. Mr. Milne votes yes. Ms. Smith? Yes. Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor? Yes. Ms. Taylor votes yes. Ms. Vasquez Simmons? No. Ms. Vasquez Simmons votes no. Ms. Vecchio? Ms. Vecchio votes yes. Mr. Udelson? Mr. Udelson votes yes. President Lamar?
Yes.
President Lamar votes yes. 21-8, resolution passes. Item number 17, referral number 22-0267, adopting the Monroe County Climate Action Plan Phase 1. Item number 17, referral number 22-0267, adopting the Monroe County Climate Action Plan Phase 1.
Moved by legislator Hugh
Smith.
Smith. I thought I heard a second. Seconded by legislator Johns and legislator Roman. Is there any discussion? Oh, did you want a second, Udelson?
Noted. Is
Noted.
there any other seconds? I have Ms. Roman, Mr. Johns, Mr. Udelson as seconds, and legislator Milne.
Is there any discussion? Go ahead, legislator Hugh Smith.
It's been a long evening, so I'll be quick. I just want to thank the previous members of the legislature, many of us are new, for your unanimous support in the creation of the Climate Action Plan Advisory Committee, for the leadership of the chairs, my colleague legislator Udelson and Mr. O'Connor, and the colleagues who spent
She's doing it. Thank you.
And just thank my colleagues who served on the committee, persevering for their perseverance and dedication month after month for these previous 2 years. I'd like to thank the DES staff for their support and input at those meetings, and the county executive, Adam Bello, for recognizing the need to act on climate. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I would just simply like to take a moment. I've only been on this committee a short time, but I wanted to offer some kudos to the group that really has spent the last 2 years doing this. Again, in my tenure in public service, I've seen quite a few of these presentations put together. Quite honestly, in my opinion, there are always aspects of plans like this that are somewhat pie in the sky and we may not ever attain. But I think they need to be in these in these plans. I think this is a plan that has been very well done. And I sincerely, again, I appreciate those who have worked so hard over the last couple of years to bring us to the end of phase 1. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Legislator Udelson.
Quickly, I just want to add and echo my thanks. I won't repeat all of the names Smith said, but I want to add that she deserves special thanks for bringing her expertise and passion on the issue.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Who was that?
Legislator McCabe.
Legislator McCabe was a no.
Was he the only one?
28-1. Resolution passes. $276.
26.
Item number 26, referral number 22-0276, amending 2022-2027 capital improvement program to increase scope and funding for Monroe County Park system-wide facilities renovations project and appropriate fund balance for an interfund transfer.
Moved by legislator McCabe, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. I'm sorry, legislator Hebert.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had trouble hearing.
Yes, 26.
I did have a couple of questions or just comments.
Okay, go right ahead.
I apologize to the legislative body for holding you up, but this is another situation where we are finding money to spend, and it's to me just a question, Madam President, of timing. I'm all for the parks. I got probably more parks than anybody in this room right now in my district. I could go through the list, but bottom line is, can't afford to ignore them, but can we afford to do them right now is my question about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Legislator Keller was in nay, and Legislator
McCabe.
Item number 38, referral 22-0314, authorizing various budget appropriations transfers related to 2022 operating budget.
I'm sorry, before we go any further, I didn't hear you say that item 26 passed.
Yes, 27-2.
Okay.
Item number 26
Thank you.
passes.
For the record.
That was moved by Legislator Delahaney and seconded by Legislator Marinetti. This is item number 38, referral 22-0314. Yes. Yep.
Is there any discussion? I'm sorry. Hebert.
Thank you, Madam President. Through to the administration, could Mr. Franklin or whoever just give a quick description of what this report is? Because I've never seen it before. I think it may be really useful.
Madam President, this particular referral, probably in every prior year, has come to this body in the fourth quarter. However, we are submitting basically an omnibus referral for budget transfers in the third quarter, primarily to account for the incredible cost increases in our utilities, diesel fuel, gasoline, that has to be accounted for within our existing appropriations. This referral does include budget transfers to consolidate appropriations for our security contract with Securitas within our Department of Public Safety. In several recent years, Public Safety has had a rather large contract with Securitas for our building security guards, and several departments and offices such as the County Clerk's Office, our Human Services Department, and our Public Health Department have had smaller contracts with Securitas for building security guards. However, more recently this year, the procurement switched from a bid to a request for proposal. Because of that process, we are consolidating all the appropriations that would have existed in those other departments into public safety and seeking one large contract that will be managed countywide through the Public Safety Department. So you will see that on the bottom of the first page of this series of budget transfers. Rounding out this rather voluminous transfer request is the fact that a number of our utility costs reside in building accounts. County office building is accounted for in our internal service fund as a building, as is the social services and public health over at Westfall Road and St. Paul Street. Anytime expenses to a building account are changing and require budget transfers, really, Madam President, the correct way to do this transfer is to spread all those building costs to the user departments. So that is actually fluffing up this transfer request probably by another page and a half.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Through you, Madam President, the administration, is this a routine report you do, Mr. Franklin, or is it special?
Madam President, I will say this is a routine report done at this special time. As I said earlier, as far back as I can remember, the Finance Department has submitted a fourth quarter reappropriation referral. This is special because it's the third quarter.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 39, referral 22-0316, appointment of Monroe County Public Defender.
Is there a mover and a seconder? Moved by Steve Brew, seconded by Marionetti. Is there any discussion?
Strike the name Mr. Robert R. Fogg and
Second, sorry.
Your request is out of order. We held the referral failed in the Public Safety Committee. Julie's name is off the table at this point. You cannot resubmit her name until 2024. Not to add a name.
Out of order. It's not a motion.
Bend the rules.
If you want to substitute Ms. Sianka, we would have to go to a suspension of the rules. She is, the president already stated, she's already been considered in this cycle, so it would require a suspension of the rules. Yes. Okay. Clerk. Through the chair, would you repeat that, please?
yes, I appeal.
No, a yes vote sustains the ruling of the chair. Right, override. We still have to suspend the rules. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
That's correct, but then we would have to go on to suspend the rules. Of course, I'm just explaining the process, Mr.
Yes sustains the rule of the president. Mr. Brew.
Yes.
Mr. Brew votes yes. Ms. Roman.
No.
Ms. Roman votes no. Mr. Alcoffer. Mr. Alcoffer votes no. Ms. Barnhart.
No.
Ms. Barnhart votes no. Mr. Baines.
No.
Mr. Baines votes no. Mr. Blankley. No. Mr. Blankley votes no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Colby. Mr. Colby votes yes. Mr. Delahaney. Mr. Delahaney votes yes. Ms. Delvecchio Hoffman. Ms. Delvecchio Hoffman votes no. Mrs. DeFlorio. Mrs. DeFlorio votes no. Mr. Dondorfer. Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Mr. Frazier. Mr. Frazier votes no. Ms. Hasman. Ms. Hasman votes no. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Hebert votes no. Ms. Hughes Smith. Ms. Hughes Smith votes no. Mr. Johns. Mr. Johns votes yes. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Mafucci. Mr. Mafucci votes no. Mr. Marinetti. Mr. Marinetti votes yes. Mr. McCabe. Mr. McCabe votes yes. Mr. Milne. Mr. Milne votes yes. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor. Ms. Taylor votes yes. Ms. Vasquez Simmons. Ms. Vasquez Simmons votes no. Ms. Vecchio. Ms. Vecchio votes no. Mr. Udelson. Mr. Udelson votes no. President Lamar. President Lamar votes yes. 12 to 17, the appeal of the rule of the chair is not sustained. Or is sustained, I apologize. Sorry, a lot going on there.
Chair, Legislator Baines, you would need to bring a motion to suspend the rules. And then, if that is successful, bring a motion to amend. So it would be a two-step process. You would need to suspend. Your motion would be out of, your motion is, you would need suspension of the rules to amend for Ms. Sianka, because she's, as I said, she's already been considered.
You have no authority to do that.
The parliamentarian, fine.
Legislator Baines, through the chair. Legislate 545-20. Rule 545-26.
They have to either what?
Substantially the same as a submitted to the legislature.
Just come up here.
Through the chair, no, they wouldn't, because Ms. Sianka has already been considered.
Not by this honorable body.
We need a mover and a seconder to suspend the rules, or we're moving forward. No. No, that's what the parliamentarian is for.
are from bringing. We did not.
But
Referral was brought. Other person. That now creates. On the floor, and we do not have to suspend the rules because we did not bring Ms. back before this honorable body in the same site, did we?
Madam President, can you have brought a name that has been through the cycle, this cycle, and you cannot re-enter the name of a person, just like you could not re-enter a proposal for, it's like, just like you couldn't re-enter another proposal, even if the wording's not exact, as long as the intent is the same, that is making the ruling unacceptable unless you can get a suspension of the rules.
Legislator Baines, through the chair, earlier this evening, Ms. Yanka was before the
Public safety.
before committee, and her name does not have to come before the full legislature. It just has to be before the legislature, including a committee, which it was earlier today. So bringing her name up again would require.
That's not the point. The point.
That's the point.
It is the.
That is the
No, a
point.
new motion has been brought, and that motion kicks in the rules of Robert's order, and we have the right to amend it.
No.
If this motion isn't brought, there's no issue.
Through the chair, bringing a same or similar motion in the same cycle requires a suspension of the rules. We've already heard Ms. Yanka.
We didn't bring this referral. This is not a referral. This is an amendment pursuant
The
to the rules
issue,
of
the
Robert's
name
order.
has been before us. It's our, Ms. Yanka has already been considered and, use a legal word, disposed of.
Amendment to the motion technically was out of order. It substantially changed. The motion was out of order originally to put Julie Sianka's name in because that you can't change the whole meaning of a resolution. That's not the point of an amendment. You can't do that. That's outside of Robert's rules. You can't do that. You're outside of Robert's rules amending the resolution or the referral to the point where it's you totally changed the referral. That's out of order.
With all due respect.
Well, you can.
We're not changing the intent.
Yes, you are. You changed the whole
intent
intent.
of the referral is the name of public defender. We have the right to put in there the person we want as public defender.
My point of order is on the floor, ma'am. My point of order is on the floor. I mean, he can argue, but we've done a point of order.
I agree with the legislator's conclusion through the chair. In any event, we need to suspend the rules to move forward if Ms. Yanka is to be considered.
And I was going to say, we still need a
In regards to topic versus a name is in question here, right? So it was mentioned, it has been mentioned that the topic is that of public defender. Robert's rule says you can strike out anything, right? If we were talking about a location, for example, we could amend the location.
We still need a motion to suspend the rules.
I don't have the citation in front of me. I think I gave it to Mr. Hebert. Basically, through the chair, says that if you amend a resolution to the effect that the amendment would be a no to the original resolution, that would be out of order.
Still need a motion to suspend the rules.
I would like to appeal.
You cannot appeal it until we suspend the rules.
I'm making a motion to appeal.
Voted on that.
You can't. What?
Now, let me be clear, we're appealing the ruling.
Show me where you can do that at.
Madam President, can you please show me where we are not allowed to ask the legal department for their opinion?
That's what the parliamentarian is for.
But can you show me where I cannot, through you, Madam
That's
President?
just like me
ask-
asking you to show me where you can.
You just referred to something
When
that
you-
we can't do.
And to suspend the rules, or we're
Madam
moving on.
President, I'm asking for.
Let's move on.
I'm asking for the opinion of the legal department of Monroe County in regards to striking out amendments.
Legislator Rahman, it's the choice of the president to rely on the parliamentarian or council. Choosing to rely upon me, and that's my job, and that's what I do, and that's my decision.
Great, I'm choosing to ask a question as a legislator of this body.
It's not your call.
It's my duty.
Motion to suspend the rules, or we're moving on.
Right, under the rules of the legislature, to appeal that ruling.
I will now open up the floor for discussion.
Well, he does not have any stated authority.
Is there any
to make
discussion?
rulings.
Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
I'm not sure what we're voting on.
Appointment.
The referral to appoint Robert Fogg.
Out.
There was no motion to suspend the rules.
But there are still people who want to debate.
Now, we don't have an amendment on the floor.
Is,
Until there's a suspension of the rules.
can we go to a roll call vote? I'm sorry, Pat. Could we just go to a roll call vote?
Yeah, there has been no.
Vote.
Is there any discussion on the original referral?
Yes. So I'm appalled by the abuse of power I'm witnessing tonight. I thought those days were long over. It took the will of the majority of this legislature to move the important and stagnant discussion of appointing a public defender. And I thank those on the other side of the aisle for realizing that after 250 days plus and demanding and asking for an opportunity to do our work, we could move forward together. Unfortunately, the committee, as we've seen, was abused. And this MOU that followed, no notice, no agenda. We put a referral forward, something refused to be done previously by the majority and our president. We sought to do so that we could, as a governing body, include the public to be a part of this important discussion. The appointment is long overdue, yet the process should not be abused. Provided the courtesy of legality that was needed, we gave the notice. Madam President, what and have you thought of any of the possible ramifications for appointments due to failure in process?
Have you not listened to the community? Have you only listened to the people that work in that office? We had an attorney in here today insinuate that Fogg's only qualification was he was Black. That's the type of issues that are happening over there in the public defender's office. It's that mindset that is detrimental to this community. And you sit here and you talk about 240 days, failing to mention that the seat was vacated last year in October, and that we had an acting public defender until May of this year. I keep trying to encourage you, if you're going to tell the whole story, tell the whole story. So I'm pushing back on you. Do we want to go to 250 days, or are we going to do what's right for this community right now?
Answer my question.
That was the answer.
All right. So as a strong supporter of Julie Sianka, I believe she is the best choice to run one of the largest law firms in this area.
She's off the table. There's no more discussion about her. She's off the table.
We are not talking about a two-person private practice.
She's off the
We
table,
are talking about
Legislator
our
Roman.
most- And I'm going to explain my vote. We are not talking about a two-person private practice. We are talking about our most underrepresented and neediest community members who are provided by representation with over 70 attorneys. They need a champion for this community, someone who's aware of this community. And it's in my opinion that because of the delay in the appointment, Robert Fogg will not have the time to appropriately become acclimated to this community, let alone to this role.
No, you're alone.
During our interview, it was my understanding that Robert Fogg mentioned his desire to stay in Buffalo, but serve Monroe County. Madam President, administration, can they please explain residential requirements?
Through you, Madam President, the public defender must be a resident of Monroe County at the time he or she takes office and thereafter.
Through you, Madam President, if Robert Fogg were to be appointed today, does this referral say when he would take office?
I'm sorry. His HR paperwork processes.
Resident of Monroe County at that
Mr.
time.
Fogg is available for questions if you have any.
Perfect.
Mr. Fogg, would you mind coming up to the podium? Thank you.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Questions?
Yes, so it was my understanding, do you intend to be a resident of Monroe County when you become a public defender?
That is the law. Matter of fact, it's a requirement. I believe the Court of Appeals have already decided that for individuals in this kind of role, even though the law and the statute states residency, it's actually used as domicile. So therefore, it would have to be your permanent place of residence, one in which you forego all others. So even though we can all have many residents, we have one domicile. So even though your statute mentions the word residency, it's actually defined in terms of domicile. So I intend to be a permanent resident.
Is there any other discussion? Go ahead, Legislator Hebert.
Thank you, Madam President, and fellow legislators, members of the administration, and most importantly, citizens of the county. I rise to explain my vote on this important matter. I take this extremely seriously, and I'd like to explain why to begin. The role of the public defender is critical to many of our constituents who, prior to the establishment of this office back in, I think, the 1960s, would otherwise face criminal charges or deal with family court issues without proper legal representation, whether a matter of custody of children or indeed their very freedom, say someone facing a DWR charge in one of our town courts, or a murder charge in one of the state Supreme Courts. These people need to be represented by a competent, motivated, dedicated set of public servants known as our public defenders. And without that, they wouldn't be fairly represented, and their constitutional rights, which every one of us is sworn to uphold, would not be defended. Well, any member of the public defender office faces numerous challenges that are unique to that office and driven by our current criminal justice system, to be honest with you. I'm aware of many of the problems in this system. In fact, I would argue we no longer have a legal system based on trial by jury. Rather, we have a system based on plea bargains. Our public defenders are underpaid and overworked. We had multiple people tell us that tonight. And I believe I've heard you say the same thing. Attorneys and staff in the office are compassionate public service. They're dedicated to serving their clients in the most difficult of circumstances. And they're made harder by the system they work in. Prosecutors get to choose which cases they take to court, which ones they pursue, the level of the charges faced by the defendant, and they have the resources of the government available to them. Due to non-competitive pay, the public defender office is chronically understaffed, leading to an even heavier caseload. By the very nature of our system, these attorneys and staff lose most of their cases in court, either through plea bargains or the occasional jury trial. Again, prosecutors get to choose which ones they take to court. Clients who lose are almost always dissatisfied with the representation provided by the office. I mean, I wouldn't want to lose in court either. No matter the quality of services provided, the public defender might have done the best job possible in the world, and they still likely to lose. I want to be sure to note that the public defender's office here in Monroe County is widely considered one of the best public defender's offices in the entire state. I've actually heard that in NISAC conferences that I've been at with County Executive Bello, and we received plaudits for that, none of which I deserved, obviously. Office practices, training programs, approaches to public defense are sought out and emulated by other offices throughout the state. And that's often why the people at NISAC contact me to say, hey, who could I talk to in the PD office? And most of the time I have to point them to the head, what's Tim Downinger, almost all of my tenure here. The office perfect? No, of course not. But as my first commanding officer in the Navy once told me, if I have an officer who isn't making any mistakes, I have an officer who isn't doing anything. Our current office acts and adjusts its actions as needed with the sole goal of improving representation provided to the clients. The position of public defender is the leadership role for the largest law firm in Monroe County. Dozens of lawyers and staff are organized in various bureaus. In fact, I think a lady stated tonight we have 70-some attorneys. I believe we actually have 89 positions, many of which are empty at this point in time. And we have another 60 or 70 staff. All of those personnel are assigned in various bureaus. Assigned counsel augment the staff as needed. And if you're not familiar with what assigned counsel is, that's basically private attorneys who are paid a fixed rate. That's in the process of doubling that fixed rate because they're underpaid as well. Additionally, the PD offices must be working closely with conflict defender. What are the qualities I view most important in a public defender? Obviously, experience in criminal defense and family court. I want to speak to that. When Mr. Fogg and Ms. Sianka were named as the finalists, the two finalists, I immediately went to Mr. Fogg's page, law firm page, whatever you want to call it. And I was really concerned that criminal defense wasn't listed amongst the primary things that his office did. It had also, I have it printed, I can show you if I need to. I have it printed, it said also, and about the third bullet down, I don't remember exactly, it said criminal defense. Proven supervisory management skills. I did an extensive search to see where Mr. Fogg had spent his career, and I was unable to find any positions where he led other attorneys. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I missed something, but I don't think so. And furthermore, when we interviewed Mr. Fogg, you may well remember, you spent 6 years in the Navy. I spent 21 years in the Navy. You indicated you told us in that interview that you had spent 6 years supervising 25 personnel, correct?
No.
Okay, that's what I heard. Please correct me.
Well, you can't spend all 6 years supervising because you have to go to boot camp, and you have to go to A school, and then you get sent out to a test place, and then you get sent out to temporary assigned duty. It's impossible to do that. What I did tell you is that in the work center where I worked on the F-14 Tomcat, I was the primary operator and the primary person to repair the F-14 Tomcats and to repair the system. We worked 14-hour days. I served on 5 different aircraft carriers. And in that time, I was the person in charge of that shop. And as I explained to you, it was sort of like being a shop supervisor, except it's just for the shift and it's for the station. It was a vast station. So coming in and coming through, you may have one or two other sailors that you work with. Overall, in your shop, you may have 25 people. Some may be reassigned in other places. You may go other places. So it's not just simply 6 years in supervising someone. That's practically impossible.
Well, the president provided me with DD 214 and some other paperwork. And again, I spent 21 years in the Navy, started off as an enlisted guy just like you with a 6-year commitment.
You were an officer, weren't you?
After the first 6 years being an enlisted guy, I was.
Oh,
The first 6 years I ran nuclear power plants on submarines. And when I got my commission, I spent the next 16 years. I'm sorry, I spent 5 years running nuclear power plants on submarines. Got my commission before the end of my enlistment.
you guys in the subs are braver than I am. A lot braver than I am.
My point is very simple. You weren't a work center supervisor.
Nope.
And that's the person that actually manages the people. So I find it
I wasn't a work center supervisor.
right. And you told us that. Just to be upfront, you said you were not.
I was not.
Right. So I have not found any supervisory management skills. I'm sure he's an outstanding attorney.
Thank you.
I have no question about that. I don't know about his ability to teach and guide staff, which I think is incredibly important in the public defender office because of the high turnover, because of the short tenure, many of those people. I also think that it's important to have a dedication to public defense. At one point, it was stated that you were a conflict defender in Niagara County.
You called Karen Cooler and you found out that I was, right?
I found out exactly what you did. I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't remember her name.
That's all right.
Young lady who very nicely told me about conflict defender office. Again, has been fairly short and
1 year. Actually, about a year and a month now.
now when I called it was like 11 months. Dragging on for a while. Anyway, dedication, public defense, support from current lawyers and staff in the office. We certainly heard tonight about that. Relationships with members of the local legal community, I think, are important. Unfortunately, given Buffalo, we don't have those. And diversity, we certainly have that, which is a positive. Using those criteria, I don't believe Mr. Valle is the best of the two finalists, and since the other one is no longer available, I still don't think he's qualified for the job, and that's why I will not be voting in support of him tonight. Thank you, madam.
Is there any other discussion?
Yes, Madam President. I explain my vote, I'll be more brief. First, I want to note it that the ruling, which we were not permitted to address, I believe is wrong. And depending on the outcome of this vote, I think we need to seek relief and a review judicially. Because the will of the legislative body trumps these other rules, and that rule does not, we did not change, we did not bring a motion, you brought a motion. And we didn't substantively change that motion, the motion to name a public defender. All we changed was who was that public defender name. I'd like to explain my vote. I think that my colleague legislator Lieber is one of the hardest working, most thoughtful, research-based, fact-based legislators. Sometimes, in fact, sometimes he does really ask a lot of questions, but it was hard to prepare. And, we've listened to everybody, with all due respect. Madam President, I certainly have listened to the community. But in my experience, I have 46 years working in large organizations and seeing superintendents hired to run large school districts, and principals hired to run large staffs. And I think that there is no doubt that the greatest predictor of future performance is past performance. For those reasons, and they're all factual, I will be voting no for Mr. Fogg is not actually a no for Mr. Fogg. My no for Mr. Fogg is a yes. Luciano. Thank you.
Legislator Barnhart. Legislator Barnhart.
Go ahead, Legislator Barnhart.
Thank you. This definitely has been a memorable night in this body. I don't know how many times Republicans vote with Democrats with Republicans, cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria is ensuing. We probably should do that more often. We should probably come together and differ more often, not along party lines. I came here today prepared to vote for someone else for a public defender. That appears to be off the table for this meeting. If Mr. Fogg is not approved tonight, apparently you're going to be off the table as well. And I think we need to take a giant step back and figure this out together, which I know sounds very naive, but let's take a look at some of the things that happened tonight. A lot of people spent a lot of time considering how they were going to vote on things. And there were definitely people talking across the aisle about what they were going to do. I think we need to take a step back here and take a breather and figure out next steps and figure out, as Legislator Bain said, legally, if we can consider one of these candidates again. But it's my hope that we can find swift resolution, which may or may not come this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we go to roll call vote?
Mr. Brew. Roll call, this is a roll call vote on the resolution.
Yes.
Mr. Brew votes yes. Ms. Roman.
No.
Ms. Roman votes no. Mr. Alcoffer. Mr. Alcoffer. Mr. Alcoffer votes no. Ms. Barnhart.
No.
Ms. Barnhart votes no. Mr. Baines.
No.
Mr. Baines votes no. Mr. Blankley.
No.
Mr. Blankley votes no. Mr. Burgess.
No.
Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Colby.
Yes.
Mr. Colby votes yes. Mr. Delahanty.
Yes.
Mr. Delahanty votes yes. Ms. Delvecchio Hoffman.
No.
Ms. Delvecchio Hoffman votes no. Mrs. DeFlorio.
No.
Mrs. DeFlorio votes no. Mr. Dondorfer. Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Mr. Frazier. Mr. Frazier votes yes. Ms. Hasman.
No.
Ms. Hasman votes no. Mr. Hebert.
No.
Mr. Hebert votes no. Ms. Hughes Smith.
No.
Ms. Hughes Smith votes no. Mr. Johns.
Yes.
Mr. Johns votes yes. Mr. Keller.
Yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Long.
No.
Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Mafucci.
No.
Mr. Mafucci votes no. Mr. Marinetti.
Yes.
Mr. Marinetti votes yes. Mr. McCabe.
Yes.
Mr. McCabe votes yes. Mr. Milne.
Yes.
Mr. Milne votes yes. Ms. Smith.
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor.
Yes.
Ms. Taylor votes yes. Ms. Vasquez Simmons.
No.
Ms. Vasquez Simmons votes no. Ms. Vecchio.
No.
Ms. Vecchio votes no. Mr. Udelson.
No.
Mr. Udelson votes no. President Lamar.
I will be voting no tonight, only so we can bring this back up for reconsideration at a later date.
Resolution fails 12-17.
Legislator Brew? There be,
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. This honorable body stands adjourned. The next scheduled Monroe County Legislative meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, October 11th, 2022 at 6 p.m.